Everyone, I have 10:05, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started and call to order the special meeting of the Finance Committee of the City Council of the City of Lancaster. Welcome, everyone, city officials, members of the public, for being with us today. Just briefly to go over the format of the meeting, we will be having presentations from each department in the city. They'll last approximately 45 minutes, including time for questions from council and members of the public. So we'll try to keep us on time. We will break for lunch at approximately 12:15. So we're going to get started today with Public Safety and the Fire Bureau with Chief Little. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Yes, good morning, Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity today. So we're going to get started here, and this is going to be the proposed budget for 2022 for the Fire Bureau. How we've aligned our budget for 2022 is through the Mayor Strategic Plan 2.0 and how fire aligns in safe places. And the two topics within safe places and the Mayor Strategic Plan and how we're aligning is under maintaining readiness and also facilitating our community bonds. So maintaining readiness through training. We recently went with LGH and their trauma-informed programming, and we are the first bureau within the city to have all of our staff achieve 100% completion of our trauma-informed communities. So that's a great thing we're doing there. And also just continuing that robust internal, external programming and really highlighting that long-range planning to address our future fire rescue needs and the success we've had with Manheim Township on some of those shared services. As we talk about the facilitating community bonds, we really are highlighting on our Fire Bureau strategic plan, which is from years 2020 to 2025. And currently our command staff is undergoing the annual review of that strategic plan as well to make sure we're aligning our Bureau strategic plan with the Mayor's strategic plan. And our highlighted 5 key areas that we're focusing on in that alignment and review currently is, one is our workforce and professional development, our health and safety, our resource management, our community outreach and partnerships, and service opportunities. So the question always comes up, who really is the Lancaster City Bureau of Fire? So we're a team of 78 diverse uniformed and non-uniformed personnel providing professional services. And the key is providing effective delivery of these services and achieving them through our commitment of our staff. The number one priority of our team is the staff well-being and ultimately how we serve our community. Talking about our staff and our workforce strength, and this has been one of our issues we've had reoccurring, and we've been announced it every year now since 2018 of all the projected retirements. And then we through 2020 with COVID and our budget restraints put us behind the 8 ball, and we are addressing that as we speak. We just did a tentative job offers for 14 individuals to start in January and attend the Harrisburg Area Community College Municipal Fire Academy. But I want to highlight on the 14 tentative job offers we just did and how we are very happy with our recruitment efforts. 8 of those 14 applicants are either a city resident or have graduated from McCaskey or Thaddeus Stevens. So we're really proud of that number and how we've really been grassroots efforts this cycle of our hiring. So we look forward to bringing them on and currently working with HR through all their background testing currently to come on board for January. So we look forward to that. And also, as we talk about retirements, we have to also talk about promotions for our personnel. So we will be expecting at least 1 battalion chief promotion in 2022, 2 promotions to captain, 6 lieutenants. And then, as we said at the firefighter rank, there will be 8 new hires for the current vacancies and then 6 for the anticipated 2022 retirements. So that's the initial 14 for what they consider the Spring Fire Academy. And then we'll address on another slide the Fall Academy, which starts in early September at Harrisburg Area Community College, and how we're looking to send new hires at that time for our anticipated retirements in January of 2023, because we really are, we want to get ahead of this and not have to be behind the 8 ball every time somebody retires to backfill. And then in addition, I want to highlight bringing on 2 non-uniform positions in this budget. And that one is a training coordinator, and also working with our Director of Community Engagement, Milsey Carrasco, and the city being awarded the Vistas. We will be placing a Vista within the Fire Bureau who's going to help with our community risk reduction programming, and also just being grassroots in the neighborhoods, getting really strong data on how something like our free smoke alarm program is working. So we look forward to having those 2 on board as well. Giving you a snapshot of the 8-year Fire Bureau comparison, you'll see our number is driving up. This year, we're requesting an 8.2% increase in the Fire Bureau budget. And those are aligned to really to the high points of the 3 that I've addressed there. One is increase in employee cost. So as we talk about bringing 14 new hires on board, that's 14 sets of turnout gear, 14 sets of equipment, sending 14 people to the slots of the Fire Academy. So that's what's driving the cost on the employee side. Then we have our apparatus equipment and upgrades. So we continue as we implemented the 2018 apparatus replacement plan. We just took delivery 6 months ago of our brand new ladder truck that was used at the mayor's tree lighting. So that ladder truck is now in that cost too. So we have those payments, lease payments incurring. So that drove up the apparatus equipment upgrades cost. And then our debt service. So debt service is connected, obviously we know, to our $12.7 million in fire stations and the apparatus, and loans on other large capital equipment costs like our self-containing breathing apparatus that we still are paying yearly on. We always like to provide you a snapshot of where we're at with our training and implementation of our master training plan that we initiated in 2018 jointly between the city and Local 319. Just giving you a snapshot of our numbers there, and as of last week, where we're at in 2021. So we definitely, you can still see the, we're committed to our training and development of our staff, and the commitment of our staff to continue to self-improve. Providing you a snapshot of our calls for service and where we're at and the fluctuation. Really what you can see, we're going to be aligned from last year's numbers in the fire side till it's all said and done this month. EMS is down. Obviously, some of the EMS, the quick response service that we're providing, putting a fire truck on the street to help in those critical need calls. We looked at that. Some of the DOH standards during COVID, we reduced the QRS responses. So that's why you can see our numbers driven down. We also looked at our unconscious response calls, and the data really is not aligning and we're making a good outcome. And partially that's due to how people call 911 and how that call is dispatched. So I think we're about 78% of the time. What we're seeing is we're responding on what is supposed to be an unconscious patient, and the person's up, walking, talking. So we're really looking at that risk versus reward, and should we be putting a $600,000 or $1 million fire truck on the street for a call that really is not a high priority? So we looked at that. So that's why the QRS number in 2021 is down. The proposed 2022, some of our highlights here. We know the East King Street station is going to be coming online tentatively June 1st, if all goes well. So there's some budget line items in there that have increased due to furnishings and other things we need to do for the new East King Street station. Hiring of the 16. So you saw I did the slide of we had our 14 that we just talked about. They are for the Spring Academy. The additional 2 then would be minimum of 2 at this point would be in the Fall Academy. So we know currently there's 2 firefighters that will be retiring in January of 23. So we want to get ahead of that curve with potentially a few more that are in the drop that could retire in early 2023. So a minimum of 16 over the 2022 budget. Again, just addressing how those 2 new non-uniform positions will increase our ability to provide better engagement and team development through that training coordinator and the VISTA. And then just snapshotting again the apparatus replacement plan that we implemented in 2018 and the vehicle sets that we have bought during that time. And I want to note in our fire marshal division, the fire marshal division always had the hand-me-down vehicles, and we're thankful that the police would do that for us with their detective vehicles. But it came to a point where we needed to replace them, and we went with a standard uniform of F-150 for all of our fire marshals. So they now are uniformed and standardized across the board. And then the 2 vehicles that we did have the fire marshals were using, we donated back to the police bureau for community outreach. And then we are this year going to be purchasing a F-150 for our on-duty shift commander. And that vehicle will be arriving shortly and will be outfitted in the first quarter of 2022. And that's a vehicle that is on the street day in, day out with the shift commander, who is a citywide commander on all calls. And I just want to highlight our training and development highlights as the budget. We continue to make training a priority. Is we continue to lead across Pennsylvania in what we're doing as a city and fire bureau with our staff and training development and certifications. 8 of our 9 command officers are internationally accredited at the minimum of a fire officer level. 2 battalion chiefs this year have been credentialed now as chief fire officers to join those ranks. So it's we continue to move forward in developing of our staff. And we are, again, for 2021, the largest third-class city in Pennsylvania to be awarded the 100% certification of staff, which is a accreditation program by the State Fire Commissioner's Office. So we're proud of that and the work we're doing. And we look forward to enhancing the involvement with our Office of Neighborhood Engagement and Director Carrasco and being part of that process of the grant awardee for the VISTA program and the work we're going to be able to do with our VISTA. We're looking very much forward to what's going to happen there and really working again on that community risk reduction programming and how we're going to continue to make Lancaster a safe city for all. And rounding out my time here is going to be the community impact and some of the slides over the last year of what we have done as a fire bureau with our community and what we're going to continue to do. Council, this time I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Little. I'll open the floor up to any members of council. I see Councilor Soto.
Chief Little, of the 14 new hires, how are we looking at diversity there? How many, are we hiring more Hispanics, more African Americans, or are they, what is the ratio there?
Yeah, I don't have that total breakdown since they're still actually in the process with HR, but we can get you that information.
Thank you. That's all I have, Councilor Baker.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia Molina.
To add to that, when you come back with the information, could you also add the gender breakdown?
Oh, yes, thank you.
I really appreciate everything that your department does. I think it's one of the departments where we can truly see the impact that it makes in our community and the investment that we're making. One of the questions that I had regarding the budget is in 2021, there was $600,000 for overtime that was above the budgeted. Could you help me understand what happened in the past year that we got there?
Yep, sure. So as we talked about the retirements, vacancies, we got flipped upside down, especially with COVID and the hiring freeze. So that's what, and now we continue to have retirements as we go on here. So we're going to have more retirements by the time these 14 are out of the academy. Okay. And we're going to still have the vacancy numbers increasing until we're looking May when they get out of the academy. So we're not really going to have any internal relief until June to get them on the street and be part of the overall workforce strength number to drive down our overtime costs. So that's why you see such a huge increase in overtime this past year, is because of the vacancies and the number of personnel that we need to meet our minimum staffing in the collective bargaining agreement of 15 firefighters on duty. That's why you see that number the way it is. And as I said, we're addressing it.
Yeah, I really appreciate that and completely understand. I guess on the flip side, what's being done to take care the men and women on your department? Because I imagine there's already an occupational hazard within your job, and then to add the overtime, and at this rate, I imagine it's having an impact on your team. So what are we doing to kind of take care of them?
Yeah, so we're trying to do the best we can, and obviously, it's not the best situation you want to be in. Holding over 5, 6, 7, 8 firefighters from the shift before and working over what we really want them to be working, but we need to meet the minimum. So a couple things we've done, we have not taken anybody's vacation time, comp time, nothing has been taken away from them. So their scheduled time off, they are getting. And then we're just trying to do the best we can and be able to be reported by our staff of their needs to meet them if they do have something that we're not recognizing as the leaders.
Thank you. Chief Little, I'm always impressed by the number of hours of training that your department has each year. It's consistently been going up. Can you detail for us a little bit about what goes into those hours? What types of training are they receiving? And I think that there's also like a physical fitness component. Is that part of those hours, or is that also separate?
Yeah, we do. So the overall broad master training plan addresses every rank within the Bureau and recommendations of, okay, if you are wanting to progress and trying to inspire to a promotion, these are the types of trainings you should try and take that we compensate you for, but it's on your own. It's not department-wide. And then we have platoon level trainings, apparatus level assignments, the unit positions. So some of that we break down by the month, annually, semi-annually breakdown. So we do give a snapshot of the overall, here's our training focuses, but a lot of what we do is really self-motivated and the individuals taking outside trainings. And really this past year and why you're seeing our numbers really staying in the 10,000 range is because places like Harrisburg Area Community College, Bucks County Community College are offering a lot more Zoom for the certification classes. So when we look at like Fire Inspector 1 and 2, Fire Officer 1 through 4, they can now take it by Zoom and get it instead of going to, say, Bucks County for a week. So we're seeing a lot of good movement that way and what COVID has done to really transition how we learn. So that's been a huge benefit for us.
Perfect.
We also do fitness. Staff are allowed a minimum of an hour a day to work out while they're on duty. We just had a peer fitness class come in with instructors, and what we're doing with that is aligning that our members that took the class can also help self-improve all the people in their platoon and help them build out workout plans and things like that. So we do have a lot of initiative on the physical fitness aspect and just the mental well-being.
Great, thank you.
If I may, Council.
Counselor Diaz?
Chief Little, since we are aware that some of the men can work between 60 to 65 in a week, has the thought ever came up to reach out to other fire stations in the county that could help in relieving the firemen that have been working overtime?
Local 319 would not allow for the city to ask neighboring fire departments to have their members come in here and work.
Thank you.
If I may, Councilor Baker? First, thank you, Chief Little, for the presentation and always the detailed improvements that you guys are doing over the past year. Couple questions. As far as you mentioned a new vehicle purchase that was coming up, are there any, I guess, plans for electric vehicles that are going to be purchased to kind of line up with the city's climate action plan? I know that's happened, I believe, in other departments, but I was wondering if that's kind of in the foresight for the Fire Bureau.
Yeah, so actually what in the last 6 months has occurred in the fire rescue manufacturing world is, especially we use Pierce Fire Apparatus here in the city. Pierce just unveiled their first electric fire truck that is on the street currently in several cities. And there's some extra city, there's a city around us that's getting ready to look at those purchases to go electric. I will tell you the minimum cost on electric pumper right now is double of what we're paying. So we're paying about $600,000 for a diesel powered pumper. We're looking to go at least $1.2 million for a pumper going electric. Then there's also a cost driver to outfit the stations that way. So that's something we're going to look at. Obviously, we know the cost driver, so we need to see what the analysis of the benefits are. And, I know with city planning, and that's part of the goal. So we definitely will have that as a conversation piece, just what we want to do together in that arena.
Great. And as far as the risk reduction programs that your department is doing, what are some of those? I know the smoke detector is one. Are there any other initiatives that the Vista will be working on for risk reduction in the community?
Yeah, so that's going to be heavily involved in the fire marshal division, and they're on the street every day doing these inspections. Suppression does some of that as well, but it's really going to be for the Vista really teaming up with the fire marshal division and laying out those plans and getting that Vista out there with them and really looking at the key indicators and building blocks of where our neighborhoods and working with the Office of Community Engagement is going to be looking at the neighborhoods that are currently in that 60th, 70th percentile, getting in there so they don't get the 80 or 90. So that's, there's going to be a lot of programming going on over the 3 years of having that Vista. So we're just looking forward to hitting the ground running on that program.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, counselors? And anything from the public? I see Tim. If you would, just because the audio will pick up better. And it's always good to hear the question and the answer for those playing along at home.
Sure. Tim Stuhldreher, One United Lancaster. Just interested if you have any budget projections going past 2022. 8% was it 8.2% is a little on the high side, wondering if that'll level off in upcoming years.
Yeah, so that actually will level off, a lot of that for this year, because now we've leveled off last year with the apparatus replacement. So that's staying around that $400,000 mark a year for the lease payments on all the fire apparatus we're buying. This year, that driver, as we said, with the 14 additional people, is driving a lot of that cost and having them come on. And we know a lot of our costs and why city budgets the way they are is due to personnel. So that's what's driving that cost. But again, that should also flatten out over time. And then just really next year have that annual increases that are contractual.
Counselor Bakay, may I add on to that? Just in general, this year is really a reset year, and you're going to see a lot of variation in the budget in 2022 that you didn't see in previous years, in large part because of the furloughs and the hiring freezes and projects that got postponed in 2021. And so what this budget is not indicative of the percent changes and things that you will see in future years. We are recalibrating after 2021.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, seeing none, no others, thank you, Tim. Thank you very much, Chief Little. Your time is much appreciated. We enjoyed hearing from you, and thank you for coming out this morning.
Yep, thank you, Council.
Our next presentation will be from the Police Bureau, and we'll hear from Chief Bay. We'll give him a moment to get set up.
And Council, if it meets with your approval, would it be okay if we dim the lights during the presentation and then again? Okay.
I think that would work out fine.
All right,
Yeah,
and
we'll-
Mr. Hopkins, can you help us with the lights? Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, Bernie can do it from right where he's
that.
Okay,
Wow. Yeah,
awesome.
This goes a long way in making sure that anyone who's streaming or watching this recording later can see it, and then we'll bring the lights back up for questions. So, thank you, Chief Bay.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to come and speak with you. It's been quite a year for the police department. And what I hope that you take away from at the conclusion of our presentation is the word transformation.
Chief
throughout-
Bay, sorry.
Oh.
And just make sure that that's on and a little closer to you.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect.
All right, the word for the day is transformation. Throughout the presentation, you'll notice substantive change in your police bureau, change that leads towards 21st century policing and best practices. Yeah. Got a little glitch here. Nope. Okay. That's not even working. Sabotage.
This is where we need the Jeopardy music back.
This will make for scintillating viewing, won't it?
Yeah. Scott threw a monkey wrench in there.
Sorry, folks, give us a moment.
No problem. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. So while we're working on that, one piece of housekeeping that I did not do at the top is take a roll call of members. So Mr. Harris, if you would, please.
Thank you, Ms. Bakay. Mr. Arroyo.
Here.
Ms. Bakay.
Here.
Ms. Gregg.
Here.
Ms. Diaz.
Here.
Mr. Garcia Molina.
Here.
Mr. Soto.
Here,
And President Smith-Wato.
Here.
Thank you.
Jerry.
Just didn't like your presentation.
But no, I don't know any magic tricks, so. Huh? No, not very well.
From a few bars.
I can, but not very well.
I will make sure to get this set up. We don't need that to
Hurry.
happen.
Oh, boy.
In the event your screen goes out, I did have Patrick send us all of those.
Here we go. Is this working too? Yep. Okay.
Aha,
All right, we're back online.
okay.
All right, so one of the first things that myself and our command staff did upon my hire was to create a new vision statement and mission statement and core values to lead our police department. The new mission statement reads to be a professionally responsive and innovative police agency committed to providing outstanding service and protecting our community. And what I would like you to focus on throughout this presentation is professionally responsive and innovative. And we'll talk about what that actually looks like and how that manifests itself as we move through the presentation. Of course, we'll start with our org chart of the Bureau of Police. Nothing has really changed in terms of our alignment. One thing that we will talk about is a little bit of a reorganization of the establishment of our Office of Community Engagement and the realignment of assets under that office to grow that office to be more responsive to our community. A projection of our incidents, we're on pace to be in excess of 43,000 reported incidents for the year. This pretty much falls in line with a typical year. Of course, last year, COVID being a little bit different because of, folks staying at home, and it was actually kind of a bit of a quieter year. But certainly 43,000 or in excess of 43,000 reported incidences is not uncommon for a city of this size and for our police department to respond to. Okay, so when you talk about transformation, of course, I onboarded in December as your interim chief and was fortunate and blessed to be selected as a full-time chief in June. And so, and I got to tell you, I'd be remiss not to mention that in addition to my onboarding in December, that we also promoted 2 new captains. One is seated to my left, Captain Fry, and who is our administrative division commander. And we also onboarded and promoted Captain Mendez as the patrol division commander. They are 2 key components of our 3 divisions, and I could not get the job done without their full support and their dedication to the mission and the transformation that we're trying to implement in our police department and for our city. So I always like to recognize my commanders because I can't get it done without them. So being responsive, back to our mission statement. In the beginning of the year, we placed our ear to the ground and we heard our community loud and clear with respect to reestablishing our Bureau's bicycle patrol. And I think it's gone over very well, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But that was just one of those responsive initiatives that came out of our mission and being innovative and responsive. Not so much innovative, but certainly responsive. We've had the bike patrol in the past, and for whatever reason, it was discontinued. But listen, that was an easy thing for us to do to implement and restructure that program and bring it back to life. The restructuring of the Office of Community Engagement, and we'll get into the meat of that in a little bit, but again, that was in response to being responsive and keeping our ear to the ground. And we know how important community engagement is in our community, especially coming off the heels of protests with respect to what happened to Mr. Floyd, the murder of Mr. Floyd, and that changing the landscape of policing across the nation and certainly here in Lancaster City. Out of that tragedy and that of Mr. Floyd and the ongoing transformation of policing, we hired Transparency Matters to do a gap analysis and an assessment of our internal affairs process from civilian complaints through the investigative process, all the way through discipline. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but also coming out of the hills of what happened in 2020 and 2021 is that we're doing an external review. We hired consultants to do an external review of our policies to bring us in line with 21st century policing guidelines and to establish align with best practices in law enforcement. So we reestablished the bike patrols in May. We now have 20 officers trained and deployed on bikes. So what are the results of that? Certainly enhanced community relationships. We removed that barrier that exists from being in a vehicle and that kind of impedes communication and that whole trust and legitimacy building. We're able to build authentic trust and legitimacy through personal interaction with our community and our residents. I think it's kind of neat that an officer on patrol riding down the street and sees a resident sitting on her porch can stop and have an authentic conversation with them about what's going on in their community. And, it really does help us meet our mission of being responsive, and it helps us create safe places in our community and just enhances that trust and legitimacy that I ultimately hope will lead to an increased interest in recruiting. And we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. Safe places. This is one of the mayor's strategic priorities in her 2.0 strategic plan. And certainly it's one of ours. And it's actually, I think for a police bureau, it goes without saying that we want to create safe places in our community. The police bureau, our strategy aligns with the mayor's strategy, creating safe places, and it starts with recruiting the right officers to serve. So in addition to what's on the slide, I want to talk a little bit about our oral board process. And I'm not going to get into really heavy detail, which I can at some point, but we think that the way we restructured our oral boards will really enhance our opportunity to put the right faces in the right places. In other words, bring the right type of officer into our police bureau. So what we did, in a nutshell, we hired a police consultant to create questions for our oral board that align with our core values of service, honor, integrity, respect, courage, commitment, and duty. And so this police psychologist developed these questions for us and also developed a scoring rubric so that we can score for these particular questions that he developed. And then we took the next step of hiring a consultant to review the questions and review the scoring rubric for implicit bias. And she reviewed them, and she was very satisfied with the quality of the questions and that they align with what our goals are for identifying the attributes that we want in our police officers. And then she provided implicit bias training to our oral board so that we're all aligned on what we're looking for and how we score these oral boards. And it was hugely successful. And it was important also to create a diverse oral board. So we included HR to sit on the oral boards. We invited members of the community and police working group to also sit on the oral boards. And we also, and I'll talk about this in recruiting, we're developing some initiatives with the community and police working group to go into our communities and what I call a roadshow for recruitment in our neighborhoods to recruit our city residents to serve. So this was huge. And as you can see, you know, the number of candidates has decreased exponentially over the past 3 years. You know, there was a time when, you know, folks flocked to this job, not just here in Lancaster City, but in our profession. Through the course of what has occurred over the last few years, certainly, you know, we'd be remiss not to mention that it's been recurring for a long time, but it's come to a head, and it's really manifested itself in a lack of young folk wanting to come on board as police officers. So we need to be very intentional about the quality of people. Since there's so few, we need to be intentional about the quality of people that we bring on board. So yeah, it's not easy, but it's certainly something that we're dedicated to continuing. We have to. So our Office of Community Engagement, so when I did the realignment and moved that, created this office, increased from 2 to 18 people. And so we realigned all these assets underneath this office, under the umbrella of Community Engagement Office. We were very intentional about selecting the director of that office, Lieutenant Glenn Stoltzfus, to provide direction and leadership. And from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, he's done an outstanding job of engaging our community. And there's a really critical piece that we'll talk about here on the next slide to that office that we're going to bring aboard and to continue to start when they on board, and certainly to continue through 2022 and beyond. We moved the office down to the first floor of the lobby. The SRO supervisor, we moved our social workers down to the first floor, and we, in fact, moved the entire office down to the first floor so that it's accessible to our community. So that if somebody comes in and wants to speak to somebody in that office, they don't necessarily have to go up to the desk sergeant. If they're, you know, intimidated by speaking to an officer, they can just walk in the lobby. The first door on the right is our Office of Community Engagement, and they can go in there and speak to someone. But I alluded to earlier that one of the key components of this this office will be the hiring of our communications manager. And we've had that respect to the federal government giving grants. And, you know, it's on the table, but if you're not an accredited agency, you're not going to be able here's a breakdown of our budget, and we'll talk about some particulars here in a second. But of course, as you can see, the majority of our budget falls within the realm of personnel salaries and other personnel matters, to include benefits and things of that nature. Pension contributions, insurance, overtime, health benefits, training and education. So, but the majority of the budget, and it's no surprise, we know that personnel matters are always the hugest part of the budget. So some significant budget increases. We're asking for a 5.6% increase. So the question now becomes, well, why? Well, in terms of salaries, contractually, the police officers will receive a 3.5% salary increase this year, or in 2022. So that's part of it. Okay, I'm sorry, thank you. 3.25%. So our communications maintenance budget line increased from 20,000 to 124,000. And that's needed to cover year 2 of 5 payments for our portable radios. Now, in past years, we paid for those radios with grants. That grant money has been used, depleted, and so now those payments now fall back into our line item to pay for. So again, we're in year 2 of 5 of that contract to pay for these radios. The minor equipment line item increase of $173,000, that covers year 4 of our 5-year contract. And again, in previous years, those payments were made from grants. And our next slide will show how a little bit of a breakdown with that. But again, those grants have expired, those monies have been used, and now those costs fall back into the Bureau to pay for within our budget. We're also asking for 4 patrol vehicles. They are absolutely at the end of their life cycles. You know, these vehicles are rode hard, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365. And we lean on Corey Simo over as our vehicle maintenance person, who gives us a great analysis of the health of our vehicles. And these 4 vehicles that we need to replace, it's now come down to a safety issue, not just for our officers, but for our community as well. We just can't have officers out in these unsafe vehicles. It's just, yeah, enough said. We absolutely have to replace them. So here's a bit of a breakdown of our grant funding that shows when the grant was received, the life of the grant, and when it expires. And we use these grants again for communication equipment to include body-worn cameras, radios. The grants were used for covert relief. And we also use the grants to pay for the consultants that we talked about a little bit earlier, CNA and Transparency Matters. Bicycles, bike patrol, and our auto theft prevention, which is a very large amount that expires next year. And I think, the use of these grants absolutely demonstrates a good stewardship of taxpayer dollars, and that, it's an indication that, our command staff, that we're not frivolous with taxpayer dollars. We understand the fiscal responsibility that comes with this budget, and we're being prudent in the use of our tax dollars. And, we're always looking for additional sources of income so that we can get the job done outside of the budget. And that leads us to this, the Lancaster City Police Foundation. I can't adequately express enough my appreciation for this foundation. We couldn't accomplish as much as we have without the loyal support, so I want to publicly say thank you to the Police Foundation. And as you can see, to date, they've contributed over $188,000 to the Police Bureau. And we use that money for our mounted unit, our K-9, for equipment, for training for those 2 units, for police training, for sworn and civilian bureau employees. And it's important to note that the training that we use this funding for is not tactical. It's all community engagement type of funding. So again, I really appreciate your support, and I look forward to a continued relationship with the foundation. And that's it, folks. Open for questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Bay. I'll just kick us off. Put a light, Mr. Harris. Make sure we're all awake up here. It's like magic before. That's okay. There we are. You mentioned a little bit of the impact of the social workers on the force, and I'm wondering if you could give us a little bit more information about the types of things that they've handled over the past year and the impact that having 2 social workers versus 1, which I think is a change that happened during your time in the last year. What has that meant for the force, and what has that meant for the community, and what types of activities have they been working on?
Yeah, so I routinely receive requests from other agencies and other organizations within our community to work with our social workers. They've been huge in working with the congregants, the homeless. They are an absolute, they're absolutely invaluable with acting in the capacity of a conduit for our police officers when we respond to incidences where an individual is experiencing any kind of a mental crisis. Of course, our social workers are contacted and they respond, and either at that time or at a later time to act as a conduit for services for our community. As I sit here today, I do have numbers, but I don't have them with me. But I can certainly show you because they give me quarterly reports. The exponential increase in their workload, from the time that they started till today. And they are an absolute invaluable resource for our community and well worth, what we pay them.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that answered your question, but I'll certainly make a note to get you that
Yes.
information.
I think
Chief,
that
I
would be,
can-
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I have the data here in front of me.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
cheating a little bit, but I can
No,
just
that's
give you
great.
a sense of from their last quarter report. And also, before I do that, I just want to say that Leilani and Grace and Sarita, who is the position that's at Lancaster City Alliance that's funded partially through ESG dollars and CARES, is that right? And CDBG. As well as our housing social worker, Sonia. They are now meeting together on a regular basis, and we are trying to develop some reporting matrix across all of the social work components of the city. But in the meantime, what I can tell you is that we're seeing from July through September, the last quarter, there were 216 contacts, and some of these are light touches and some of these are more intensive. 119 of those were related to mental health, 31 were related to housing and homelessness, 22 were about child misconduct in the home, 8 referrals related to drug and alcohol, 16 related to domestic violence, and 20 referrals were related to our elder population. And we are seeing an uptick in referrals related to our elder population. And I think that this was really something that was going unserved for a very long time, that our social workers are dialing into. And anecdotally, I think that our police officers are now more accustomed to having the social workers on board and are making those referrals to the social workers to follow up, whereas before they didn't really have anybody, especially around the elder care. So we have met with the Office of Aging at the county. They have expressed that they are making the city more of a priority. And I can't tell you where all that's going at this point, but we do know that for our elderly, we now have we have some services to support them. And these, I think these often come in the way of, what's the type of call when you, it's like a wellness check, where officers are going out to check on. So that's a little bit of the background.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And Chief Bay, I have one other question before I open it up to the rest of council. The reviews that are being conducted by Transparency Matters, I'm assuming that those results will be publicly available.
Absolutely.
And I'll just go ahead and invite you to share them at a council meeting.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'll invite you to share them at a council meeting.
Oh, okay. Absolutely.
In the following year, because I think that people will be very interested in what comes of that and continuing that process and what changes will come from that.
Okay.
Questions from other members of council?
I do have one, Councilor Baker.
Councilor Craig?
In addition to your question, because that was what I wanted to ask, but first, good morning, Chief Bay.
Good morning.
And some of the things that have changed over the last year are, although they do, some of them go unnoticed, some of them are very apparent. So thank you, and your department.
Thank you.
Along with the question that Councilor Bakay had asked about transparency matters, when will their review be complete?
We're looking forward to a complete review in March of 2022.
Thank you.
Councilor Bakay, if I may.
President Smith Waddell?
First, just to add a little qualitative context, I will say, to your original question, I will say I interact with our unhoused folks, at least those who are in shelter, on a weekly basis, and a number of them comment positively not only on the work of our police social workers, but also that this has come alongside a different tone and interactions with uniformed police officers. So there's a lot of heavy lifting being done in that office that appears to be making a difference throughout the department. So, and while we're heaping praise on you, it's been a year.
It's been a year. Yeah.
Thanks for sticking with us. You certainly came to us at a strange time in our collective lives.
Yes.
I actually just I was looking at the I had a question about the workers about the workers' compensation. So
The workers'
compensation.
workers' comp.
I'm sorry. And just looking, so our 2021 amended budget had that at 730,000, and 2022 proposed was down to 550,000. Really, I think my question is, I mean, I'm interested in why the downshift, but I'm also interested in how really one even begins to anticipate that for the line of work. Do you just like throw spaghetti at a wall, or like what? How do we arrive at that number?
I might have to defer
Chief,
to-
you're gonna.
I got nada.
Okay, so, is this on?
Yes.
Okay. The workers' comp budget that's in the general fund budget, encompasses the entire, all departments within the city. So one of the things to look at is what the original budget was in 2021, which was 650,000 versus the proposed budget. What happens during the year is, we come to you on a quarterly basis where there are wage-related payments through the workers' comp program. We then move those salaries from the individual departments based on where the injured worker may be, and move those over into admin services. So that's part of the difference between where the current budget is versus what the proposed is for next year. The prognostication on what the coming year's budget ought to be is very difficult. Because of our self-insurance, if we have a large number of claims and we undershoot, we need to move dollars from somewhere else within the budget into workers' compensation. In general, we've been in the actually about $400,000 to $700,000 range on an annual basis as to our all-in cost. So that 550 really is just a reflection more of like what our workers' comp experience this year has been, because we actually anticipate ending the year at about $450,000. And that's after additional transfers in from other departments when we do the fourth quarter workers' comp transfer. So it's a bit of actually, it's more of a guessing game, frankly, than medical insurance is, because I can look at sort of longer term trends there. With workers' comp, frankly, it's just, if an employee gets injured during the year, any injury, frankly, is unanticipatable. We do our best with our safety committees, work within the police bureau, fire bureau, other departments. It's a lot of a guessing game, though.
Okay. And then the Police Athletic League is back in the budget, I see. What are we anticipating? Do we have a sense of like what that's going to look like? I know that's like $5,000 and maybe not, worth a ton of time, but I'm just interested to know if we have designs on that front.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on exactly what your question is. Like, do we have an anticipation of how much workers' comp will use? Is that?
Oh, no, so I'm sorry. I had moved off of the workman's comp question, and I've got this and really just one more for you. I noticed that the Police Athletic League is back in the budget, where it's been absent for some time. And I was just wondering if there were any designs or any specific activities that were anticipated, any organizations that we already had plans to coordinate with.
Yeah, so, wow, our Pell program is very robust, and it has been. And again, we've done in the past a poor job of putting it out there exactly what they do and how much they do in our community for our youth. And in the past, it's my understanding that the Pell officer oftentimes went into his pocket to secure lodging or secure transportation, and then through the foundation was reimbursed. And so I don't think that's fair, that officers should not have to go in their pocket to secure anything with respect to the business of the Bureau. And so we're asking for a line item so that they can have money to secure those kind of things for the activities that they're engaged in.
And then do we have any specific organizations that this is not like you need to defend this relatively small item in the budget, but just I'm interested to know what our plans are for PAL in 2022. Is that one we have any?
So I can kind of close the loop on this a
All
little
right,
bit.
thank you.
So as the chief alluded to, what was happening is we had a PAL officer who was using money. So
Right.
their own money, because the Lancaster Police Foundation holds the PAL money.
Okay.
Which is all comes from donations. But there was this gap of time for us to do a request. If the PAL officer wanted to do something, for example, that involved registering students to do something, involved something like that, there was always this time delay for us to do a request to the police foundation to obtain the funds to actually execute what we wanted to do. So the PAL officers have identified, hey, is there a way for us to have some funds available to basically do the reservations, hold things, and then go back to the police foundation? It cuts that buffer of time. So you may be aware that we have a new PAL officer moving into 2022. He's actually already started in there. And the concept is still the same for them to be involved in all the current things that they're doing with the school district and the athletics and all kinds of events, including things outside of sports and all those things. So.
And I think to specifically address your question, there is a 2022 Office of Community Engagement Strategic Plan that involves exactly what PAL, what the plan is for that program throughout the year.
I am actually good for now. Thank you.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Counselor Diaz.
First of all, I want to thank you because PAL is a really cool program until I see a dead deer in front of me. That's a different story. But I do appreciate what you guys do for the community because I personally have seen the actions that you've done. My question is related to the riot. I was curious to know.
Related to what?
The riot.
The riots.
I was curious to know if any officers, due to that tragic situation, had left policing due to that.
If I understand your question, you're asking me, have any officers who were involved in the protests, have they left have they
If they were,
retired?
yeah, they were obviously policing at that time. If because of the circumstances and the traumatic situation, did any of our officers decide to leave the police force?
Well, we've certainly had a few retirements since the protest. You know, I don't do an exit interview. I don't ask them why, because if you have your time to retire, whatever your reasons are to retire is pretty much your reasons. I can tell you that one officer who retired after everything kind of calmed down is now back in policing, just at another police department. So, you know, as I sit here, I can't talk about a nexus between the protests and the retirement. I just don't have that information.
Thank you. And then the other question is, I don't know if this is instilled in the police in Lancaster. I am aware of some in, like, out of the country or and out of, you know, in New York City. But have you, as the agency, considered like volunteer chaplains like we do at Lancaster General to help those police officers also with some traumatic situations? Because I am aware of those, obviously in New York City because of my family working there. So I was curious to know if that has been thought of or anything of that nature.
Yes, ma'am. So when I onboarded, it was my belief that our chaplaincy program kind of died off, and there was a very intentional effort to try to resurrect that program. And I believe Sergeant Lopez is initiating that program. So it's an initiative that's ongoing to try to resurrect our chaplaincy program because there is a need for it, absolutely. So do you know where that is right now? Yeah, I don't have information as to, I know we did a whole new brochure that I signed off on a couple of months ago, but I don't know what chaplains in the city have signed on to be part of that program, if in fact any has. So, but I can certainly get you an update on that.
That would be great. Thank you so much. And
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you for your service.
You're
Muchas gracias.
De nada.
If I may,
Councilor
Council-
Arroyo?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Chief Bay, and happy one-year anniversary, I guess, but glad to have you on
Thank
the
you.
team. As far as similar questions asked Chief Little around the alignment with the climate action plan for the city and
With the what, sir?
similar to the question I asked Chief Little around the climate action plan for the city and some alignment with your bureau, is there opportunities or intentions on electric vehicles as some of these purchases start to come down the line?
So we've not looked into electric vehicles, have we? I don't think so. And anecdotally, I would think that we would fall under the same fiscal constraints as firewood, but certainly we have not looked into that as a viable option to align with the city's plan for, you know, a greener city. But certainly always open a conversation for that and can certainly do the research for it and report back as to how viable that program will be for our police bureau.
Great.
If I could just add on to that, Corey Simo, as Chief mentioned, is the person within the Department of Public Works that is really responsible for the entirety of our fleet. And so many of these decisions are going to flow out of DPW in consultation with obviously budget considerations as well as operations in the departments, whether that's police, fire, DPW, housing, et cetera. And so these are conversations that are ongoing, Councilor Arroyo, related to our fleet management, fleet transition. We had done a little bit of exploration with compressed natural gas. That didn't really go very far. But there is a conversation about the ways in which we need to do a better job related to fleet management and planning. And that has definitely come up this year in our budget conversations and future planning as it relates to fleet management. We're expanding where and how we buy vehicles to competitively price differently. We have a lot of vehicles, everything from, you know, dump trucks on down to the housing inspectors, Chevy Cobalts. So there's a lot to manage, but more to come on that.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. And my last question is around, it looks like the department, very much like other departments in the city, are very heavily reliant on grants to help subsidize some of these programs that we do. Does your team have a specific writer on staff, or is that housed in the administrative side of things where we depend on some of those grants that come in?
So typically, we become aware of a grant through various police chief organizations, and then we'll reach out to a member of the city administration who's the grant writer, if you will. And then we'll sit down with that person and go over the particulars of the grant to see if we're eligible for it. And then the grant writer and the applicable person within the bureau will sit down and come up with the verbiage for the grant request, and it'll flow that way.
Okay, great. That's all, Councilor Baker.
Thank
you,
you.
Chief Bay.
Thank
You're welcome.
Councilor Baker, if I may.
Yes.
Chief, you started the presentation by saying that this was about transformation, and I truly believe you. I think the work that you're doing around community engagement and building rapport with the community is very noticeable for us, and so I want to commend you on that. I also think that you're changing literal generations worth of culture within the department, and that deserves some time to really see it come to more fruition. And how do we kind of reduce the workload? So where are we on reimagining our 911 dispatch system with the county? I know we have started conversations around that last time. It was 84,000 calls you were all kind of attending to. So what are we doing to kind of reduce the numbers of those calls and kind of create a better system?
So, and I hate to defer to Kevin, because he sits on the police advisory board that works with county, works with county dispatch. And so they just had a meeting, right? And I know that county radio has revamped the calls. They've added the list of calls, and I don't think they reimagined the priority listing of these calls. They just added some and removed some and consolidated some of the particular headings. So that when a community member calls them and it falls under a particular heading, when they relay that information to the officer who responds, they're responding, or it comes upon a CAD, that's what they're responding to. Well, that's an excellent question, and that is a question that needs to be addressed to the police advisory board with the Lancaster County Radio in terms of reimagining, how they go about collating these calls and identifying them and prioritizing them, and then dispatching. But I do know that, I believe one thing under consideration is for instance, mental health calls. That in some cases, it doesn't require a police response. And so then the question is, so when that call comes in, so how do you, as a dispatcher at County Radio, how do you identify this as a mental health issue? And what resources do you contact? So, I believe those are all ongoing conversations to what extent they're happening and to what progress they've made. I can't speak to it. I don't know if they talked about that at the last meeting.
So the only thing, obviously I don't want to speak for Lancaster County about communication, but basically what they're doing, I'm saying this in my terms, they're basically going through an accreditation process as well. So they're coming up with from national standards on what types of calls, as far as responsibility, when to dispatch them, and basically reorganizing based off of that database, which is basically becoming a more important standard across the nation for all 911 dispatch centers and things to kind of get on the same page and handle things. What are best practices?
The accreditation process will be just involved.
Yeah, just updated on that. I know we've been having conversations in the past year really around the mental health piece. I appreciate you talking about that. The other thing that I wanted to talk about today is right now I see you kind of building this groundwork on how we transform the department and our relationship with the community. Something that I've been kind of stressing and trying to figure out how do we strategically work towards this is crime prevention. So could you give us a
contract crime in our city is, let's just say gunshot. Certainly take, for instance, well, I know when I first got here, there was a report that was given to me about the 3 top crimes in our city. It's, theft, drugs, and domestics. And to date, in the year that I've been here, anecdotally, I don't see that really changing. I haven't seen that really change. Let's take, for instance, shootings. And in fact, we have one this morning. I was listening to on the radio as I was driving in. From my conversations with my criminal investigation commander, and as we talk about this, it's not, most of the shootings are not related to like gang activity. It's interpersonal relationships that have gone awry, or relationships that have built up animosity and acrimony over the course of years that results in somebody, kind of flying off their handle and shooting someone. And then there's the random shootings. We have a video of an individual walking down the alley. He stops, he shoots his gun in the air a couple times, randomly. Who knows why? In the middle of the night. What I could do is research the data and come up with a more definitive answer for you. But as I sit here today, there's not a template for crime in our city. It's pretty random, with the exception of the 3 that I mentioned that seem to, again, domestics initiate from personal relationships. In some cases, you got to wonder if a lot of mental health issues are abound in our city that need to be addressed at a grassroots level to reduce crime. And I think it's multi-pronged what the issues are. And I think it would take more than police to address issues. And bigger picture, multifaceted organizations come together to look at crime in our city and get to the grassroots reasons and address it, at that level to reduce it. I don't think we'll police our way out. And certainly we'll react. And so we see the end result. We see the tip of the iceberg sticking out of the water, right? We don't see what's happening below the waterline. And so that's the nature of our business, to be reactive. We're proactive as much as we can in terms of community engagement. Try to, negate and build relationships, but there's a faction of our society that quite frankly, we just have to be reactive. But I can certainly, if you can send me some pinpointed questions that you have, I can try to pull some data together to answer your questions.
I can do that. I guess my question to follow on that is, what would your department need to do that work internally of saying, like, if our top 3 crimes really are related to guns and drugs and domestic violence, so this is the rate of gun crime in our city this year. By next year, we want to have reduced that by 5%, and 5 years, we want to reduce that by 10%. So it doesn't sound like you have that at the moment. So what would your department need in order to get to that place?
Okay. I need to confer with my division commanders, and we need to sit down and my office community engagement. Come up with a plan for that. And answer for that.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Questions from the public?
Sorry, Councilor Baker.
yes.
I was trying to figure, one, I wanted to see if all the eagle eyes would have noticed this error, but I wanted to point one out that's actually will be a benefit to the bottom line. I'll talk more about this during the administrative services presentation. One of the efforts that we're making going into 2022 is consolidation of all information technology positions into Bureau of Information Services and admin services. A piece that we missed was, while we did the movement of one of the IT positions into admin services from the police bureau, the staffing schedule still reflects an IT position within the police bureau budget itself. It's a $68,830 position. That shouldn't be in that staffing schedule, which reduces the salary personnel line in the police bureau by that much. And ultimately, what that will eliminating that piece will
tail of your last question, Councilor Garcia Molina. What is the position responsible for collating and analyzing data in the police department? Is that still the crime analyst position, and does it still exist?
We don't have a crime analyst, but it falls under our workers' department. So not crime analyst per se,
Right.
we have somebody who does that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just say that having an analyst position across the city currently does not exist, and that's something that we're struggling with. As we look at the data analytics piece and some of the things that we're doing as we brought on a chief data and technology officer, he's really helping us with our software platforms and coordination to make sure that the different pieces of software that we're using are able to talk to one another, et cetera. But we do not have an analyst position which goes to the heart of some of the different things that are a conversation that's happening this morning. So for example, Chief Little was talking about how we're going to be using the block strength indicator. Did you catch that in his? And so that's a composite index that Millsy and Susanna Thorson, before she left, helped to create. We want to continue to use that block strength indicator. That block strength indicator also has, as one of the indices, crime data. And so, as we're talking, to answer your questions, Abby, I'm sorry, Councilor Garcia Molina, about how we're looking at planning for and addressing from a crime prevention perspective, I mean, certainly there are things from a crime prevention perspective that we can be more proactive about. I mean, we've been doing a ton of stuff about porch thefts and being more more proactive. Other crimes are much more difficult for us to be proactive about, domestic violence being one of them. We can be reactive in making sure that referrals are being made. But right now, we don't have that analyst position. And so that is something that we're going to try to tackle with some additional, like, Chief has sent me some, a platform to look at that is around crime mapping that is more accessible and can be more transparent and helpful to the public, but also an aid to our officers and how they're responding. We're not quite there yet. So bear with us as we continue to move down and through this path. This is probably our weakest link. We never really had data analytics before. The fact that we now have building blocks, we've hired a chief data technology officer. He has 5 critical things to get done that have been, quite frankly, stalled out, partly because of COVID, partly because it took us some time to hire that person. And now we're making decisions about things like 311 that are finally going to go next year, things like that. So hang with us. We're working on it, but the analytics is a little bit of a weak link right now.
I just have a question, Chief. In regards to the mounting shelter in Loans Park and also Medina, can you give me, I keep asking for like a budget, how much it would be to restore the shelter where the, those beautiful, beautiful horses are.
Yeah, so we're very blessed, and I'll go back to my slide with the Police Foundation, who provides funding for our barn at Moss Park and our canine housing. And so, did we get that tour yet? Is that
Monday at 12 o'clock.
right? So Monday at 12 o'clock, members of the Police Foundation and command staff will go out to Longs Park and take a look at the barn, and then this has been a conversation since I onboarded about how much it would take to either refurbish and update that barn or to build, in their terms, Taj Mahal. We really don't need a Taj Mahal. But yeah, so that's on the table, and as Captain Fry alluded to, Monday we'll be making that walk through there to ensure that we update the barn and refurbish it. As far as the canines go, canines, they go home with the officers.
Yeah, I recall that. I also just wanted to say that I don't know what there was, Officer Devin, or I can't remember which officer I spoke to, because I directed him to the Pennsylvania Humane Society. They also have a grant. So I just wanted to let you know that they would be willing also to work with the police. Obviously, I'm an animal advocate, so I'm going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that our animals are taken care of, very well. Especially when, who knows, if we're going to have a really bad winter. And that goes, with any type of sheltering for any animal.
I believe we have city staff out at the barn, right? Taking care of ancillary things at the barn out in Lawrence Park. So there is city staff out there continuously carrying.
You can kind of keep me updated?
Yes, ma'am.
Get your report. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I just have one follow-up, because I noted this. When you said that you don't do exit interviews, is that you personally or the department doesn't do exit interviews?
I personally.
Okay. But
Human Resources does exit interviews.
Okay, great. Thanks.
And on the subject of animals, just want to acknowledge the passing of Canine Axel, and just thinking about Officer Alexander and his family right now, because they lost their family pet and his partner. I went to work with him every day. So.
Yeah, we had a great tribute to Axel and Axel in front of the police bureau yesterday at 2 p.m. In which we wind up and saluted his remains and giving him a proper tribute for his service to our community and to our police force. It was very nice. It was kind of touching, actually. I didn't think I'd get choked up, but I did.
Trust me.
All right. So, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chief Beck. We appreciate it. I'm going to keep us moving along. Our next presentation is,
Welcome,
thank you.
everyone.
Our next presentation will be Community Planning and Economic Development with Director Delps. And he's standing between us and lunch. Just putting that out there.
No pressure.
No pressure or anything. Thank you again, Chief. Have a good weekend. Still morning, so good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry that I'm standing between you and lunch. I will do my best to keep us on schedule here. I know this sounds a little strange, but I really enjoy this presentation in part because it's the only time I get to present to you during the day instead of at night after a 10 or 12-hour day. So appreciate the time, and we'll get moving. We'll make sure the tech is all set. Thank you, Patrick. Okay. This may look somewhat familiar to you. I often, when I start a presentation, I like to give you a sense of where we're headed. So welcome, City Council. Thank you for the time, and members of the public. At the end of the presentation, if there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer. The main content of the presentation here has 3 parts. We'll be talking about who we are as a department, the mission and organization. The second part, how we did over the past year in 2021, our department performance. And then the third and final part of the presentation is what is coming up and next year in 2022. And that will be a set of program highlights, and we'll focus on noteworthy budget changes as well in 2022. There are not that many, but there are a few that are noteworthy. We'll kick off with who we are. As I've described in the past, I have a background in sustainable development, so I'm usually approaching all the work that we do and the problems that we see with a sustainable development lens. The department is dedicated to fostering healthy and sustainable communities in a holistic sense, and that means that we're thinking proactively and strategically about investing in our social, our environmental assets, and our economic assets all together. And ultimately, if we're doing that well, we should be seeing programs and services that are high quality and equitable and effective. You may remember last year I presented a new org chart to council. We had a reorganization that's happening in 2022. In 2021, pardon me, that reorganization has happened in this past year. We'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. I wanted to show you a picture of our new organization chart. We have two major divisions within the department. The division of housing, health, housing, and community development. That falls under the leadership of Deputy Director Rebecca Geiser. There are bureaus and bureau chiefs that fall within that division. Kim Whistler is the Bureau Chief of our Health Bureau. James Nixon is our brand new Bureau Chief of Property Maintenance and Housing Inspections. He just started this past month. And Craig Walt, who's the Bureau Chief of Lead Safety and Community Development. On the other side of the chart, the right side of the chart there, is the Land Development and City Design Division. We have Douglas Smith, who is the Bureau Chief of City Planning, John Fever, who's the Bureau Chief of the Building Codes Administration, and ultimately, this last box here is the Office of Public Art and the Program Manager for Public Art. That position is vacant at the moment. And last but not least, I don't want to leave out that Denise Lazo has been working with us over the past year. She started last January, and she's been serving as an executive assistant for this entire team, and really has taken on the role as department coordinator and has been really amazing. I'll go into the staffing schedule here in a little bit more depth. The CPED team as a whole is 50.5 full-time employees. I will come back to the 0.5, I know that's a little bit unusual. I'll explain that shortly. Technically, in the director's office, we have 3 full-time employees, the director, myself, Rebecca Geiser, the deputy director, and then Denise Lazo as well. In the division of health, housing, and community development, we have 33 FTEs. It is the bigger of the 2 divisions when you're comparing health, housing, and community development versus land development and city design. Of those 33 FTEs in health, housing, and community development, we have 15 positions in Bureau of Property Maintenance. We have 13 positions in lead safety and community development, 6 positions in the Bureau of Health. Moving over to the Division of Land Development and City Design, we have 6.4 positions in the Bureau of Planning, which, as you know, handles zoning, historic preservation, land development, etc. We have 7.1 positions in the Bureau of Building Code Administration and 1 position, the Public Art Manager in the Office of Public Art. The permit coordinator position is a new position as of last year, and that is actually being funded by 4 different places, 2 different bureaus within CPED and 2 bureaus within DPW. So we have, the position actually sits within the Building Code Administration and reports to John Fever, but the funding comes from different places. So there's actually 0.4 position is being funded by planning, 0.1 is being funded by building code. So in this case, John kind of gets a deal. He's only funding 0.1 when he gets the position. I wanted to take a moment here to talk about diversity and equity and inclusion, specifically within the Department of Community Planning and Economic Development. This is an important topic that I know Patrick is going to cover later in the presentations under the umbrella of the Human Resources Bureau. But I added this slide in part. Thank you, Councilor Garcia Molina. You asked me a question about this last year, and I thought a lot about it since last year. As I mentioned a moment ago, we have undergone a really significant reorganization over this past year. 2021 was transformational for the department. If we look back to the last quarter of 2020 until today, so just over a year, we've actually hired 21 new people within the department, which represents more than 40% of the total 50.5 FTEs in the department. The vast majority of those positions were filling vacancies that existed, that either existed when I got here, or then we lost staff in some cases over time. I'm really, really proud to be at the helm of this department. It is an absolutely amazing group of people. We currently have a balanced mix of employees in terms of age, experience, gender, job level, perspectives, race, and ethnicity. Just about 50% of the current employees in the department are persons of color. We have intentionally hired more employees over the past year plus who speak Spanish as a first or second language. And in addition to recruiting and bringing on some wonderful new talent, we've also promoted 7 internal staff members since I started as director in 2019. Okay, we'll change gears here into how we did in 2021. We'll start with the Land Development and City Design Division. And first off is the Bureau of Planning. Over the past year in 2021, the Bureau of Planning has completed 26 land development reviews. Some of these land development reviews are on the small side, some are very large, complex projects. We had 158 new residential units approved in 2021. We have a lot more that are in the pipeline that haven't been approved yet, and we can come back to that later in the presentation as well. We also approved over 6,000 square feet of new commercial space. About half of that was retail and about half was office within that commercial space category. We also launched a comprehensive plan, which was no small feat, just to scope that project and get it off the ground. I have phrased it here as a mega project because we have several staff working on it within the department, primarily Douglas Smith and Emma Hung, and our DEI fellow, Laura Hudson. We also have a consultant team that is supporting us in this effort as well. Over the past year, we directly engaged about 2,000 people through the comp plan process, which is phenomenal. That's exceeding my expectations at this point. That's included indirect engagement. That means either in person or directly online. And about 1,000 of that count are official survey responses that we received. The Planning Bureau also took over staffing responsibility for the Redevelopment Authority of the City of Lancaster and Land Bank. And I can't remember if we talked about this much last year or not, but part of the reason for this change was that we wanted to better tie RACL and Land Bank to our broader affordable housing efforts and to comprehensive planning. And so that is underway at this point. We've got some ways to go, but we definitely have taken important first steps in that regard. Moving on to the Bureau of Building Codes. I expressed last year that we had overhauled, and when I say we, the city organization, not CPED alone, we did this with DPW, admin services, really all the departments had contributed to overhauling the city hall layout on the first floor here. And the intent was to improve operations and establish a new permit window and provide more online options. So that first phase was accomplished in 2020. The second phase of this effort was to hire a permit coordinator. It did take us quite some time to find the right person for this position, but we recently hired Maggie Warner, who is a terrific fit. There's lots of potential here to make some great changes, and we're already seeing an elevation of customer service and efficiency within the permit center, and we're looking forward to more of that to come. I have some building statistics here that I'd like to share with you. This is an indicator that we often bring to you each year, or sometimes more often. We usually break down our building permits into commercial and residential categories. As you can see here, in 2021 so far, we haven't completed the year yet, but so far we had 568 permitted jobs for a total construction value of $67.8 million. And then in the residential category, we have had so far 1,519 permitted jobs at a construction value of $20.5 million. You can see that on the commercial side, the The numbers have declined slightly on the residential side. It's likely by the end of the year that we'll be a little bit higher than where we were last year in 2020 and 2019 as well. Next up is the Health, Housing, and Community Development Division and bureaus therein. The first one, we're going to start with our biggest bureau, which is Property Maintenance and Housing Inspection Bureau. There's been a lot of change in this bureau as well, and I give Rebecca Geiser an immense amount of credit for partnering with me and leading a lot of the change in this bureau. We've established an entire new management team in this bureau. We have a new bureau chief, as I mentioned, James Nixon. We also promoted an internal candidate, and we have a new housing inspection supervisor as well. We have begun to establish better standard operating procedures for stronger results and consistency with respect to property maintenance and housing inspections. One big project that we tackled still when we were in the grip of COVID and some of the restricted operations, we did a survey, exterior survey, the outside of properties for all properties in the city early in 2021. That was a total of 18,656 properties, and as a result, we do have a rating for each of those properties in the city. That doesn't give us a complete picture of the home because often there are issues going on inside, and on average, it's taking us about 4 years to see every interior rental unit. Another important piece here, during COVID, we had put on pause the property reinvestment process. That was back underway early this year, and we've been moving forward the process for condemned properties, and where appropriate, designating blight, which then goes to the Planning Commission and typically to the redevelopment authority to put those properties back into active use and productive use. Just a couple numbers about housing inspections. As I mentioned, we did not have a full year in 2021 because of the restrictions, the COVID restrictions, but we still did manage to complete 2,700 inspections. When you look at complaint-based to systematic and new rental inspections in 2021. Also, most importantly, is we focused on any units that had not been inspected for more than 5 years, and so we were able to knock out all of those. That was a total of 700. And so we're trying to get back on track, so we're seeing these at a higher frequency. Next up is the Lead Safety and Community Development Bureau. This bureau is an interesting bureau. It really has two components to it that are very much interwoven. One is the lead office, which is responsible for the lead remediation work that is ongoing and the lead grant from HUD. We also have a community development office, which manages the other federal grants that we receive related to housing and community development. As far as leadership of that bureau, Lead Safety and Community Development, we recruited a new bureau chief, Craig Waltz, and we filled we filled two of the existing community development administrative positions, and we also filled the 5 HUD-led positions, which had been put in the budget 2 years ago. It took us some time to finally fill all 5 of those, but now that team is complete. We also administered and spent $2.1 million in CDBG and $623,000 in ESG federal grants over this past year. If we're looking specifically at the lead poisoning prevention program and critical repair, there were 42 units of lead remediation work that were completed in 2021. There's an additional 28 lead units, homes that are in process to receive that lead remediation work. We also have developed changes to strengthen the lead hazard control ordinance. We presented on that a little bit earlier this year, and we're expecting to come back to council with proposed ordinance changes, I believe, in February. We've done a fair amount of engagement specifically with landlords over the last month or two. We've also spoken a little bit about critical repair grant programs at various meetings before council. This has always served as a critical repair loan or grant for homeowners that qualify for the program. One wrinkle or one change that we're piloting right now is to really focus more on the grant side of the equation instead of the loans, and so that residents don't have to pay back the money for the critical repair. And the idea here is that we're focusing the grants on very low income households and 50% AMI and below. That's something that Craig and his team have been working on. There have been 11 completed already, and we're expecting to see more of that in the future. And I'm using here that affordable housing, we only have 2 bullets here for affordable housing. I know how much all of us have been working on this topic over the past year, but those 2 bullets mean a lot. We completed the affordable housing study that we commissioned with the Center for Regional Analysis, and we developed a 5-year interim housing strategy for the city. Huge milestones for us as an administration and council. Thank you for all your support in that regard. We also funded the creation of 28 new affordable residences through the Home federal program. One thing I'd like to note here is if we're counting the units where we're leveraging other money as well, if we add the 213 College Avenue, that actually brings us from 28 to 82 units in total for affordable units that were funded last year, 2021. This map is a little bit busy, and I'm happy to, we actually have this broken down in different ways. I think I may have shared this with council members via email a couple months ago, but wanted to show a geographic view of how the investments of federal money are breaking down across the city. This is looking at 2015 to 2021, and you can see that the red dots, for example, on the map are all of the homes where lead work has been done. We have had projects in every quadrant in the city, all 4 quadrants. The majority of those projects have been happening in the southeast and southwest quadrants, and you can see on the slide here how the funding has broken down over that 6-year period. And please keep in mind, if you have any questions about any of these slides, we can definitely come back to them. I'm trying not to spend too much time on any one thing to get us bogged down.
Excuse me, Director.
Oh, yes, yes.
Clarification. What do the colors signify on the actual map? So if it's a red dot, what does that mean?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's coming out on your screen. On the left-hand side, there's also shaded in colors, but it's very light. So the top lead hazard control program is red. The Healthy Homes program is green. New construction, new affordable units constructed is in orange. Critical repair is in yellow, and home rehab program is in blue.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see it. If you're seeing that same screen, I don't think those colors are actually coming out, but I can see it on my screen. Thank you for the question. Appreciate clarification. Okay, I think this is our last slide for key accomplishments in 2021. I wanted to take a moment to talk about the Health Bureau. As for the leadership in the Health Bureau, Kim Wisser is our longtime senior health officer. She moved into a bureau chief role at the beginning of 2021. Maybe it was in 2020. And after she has started in that position, we've expanded services through 2 new positions that we've funded through CDBG, the Health and Housing Social Services Case Manager, Sonia LeBron, who's been doing a great job, and she's actually been working closely in many cases with the social workers at the Police Bureau as well. And then also a health services outreach officer, which is essentially a contract position partnered with LGH, and that's focused on COVID-related outreach in particular. In the way of community services, it is really amazing what Kim is able to achieve. She has so many regulatory requirements as part of her work, but she still manages each year to do a couple of big events. One that she's really passionate about here is called Mindful Eating, Healthy Living from the Ground Up. She and her team provided 600 plus packets of seeds, more than 400 vegetable and flower plants, fresh produce, nutritional cookbooks, and nutrition information to residents of the city. And then also there was a tire drop-off event where we collect unused tires to reduce the impact of standing water and proliferating mosquitoes. If you move to the next bullets, those are the bread and butter work of what we're doing every day. 616 inspections of food facilities. We provided 66 residents with social service, case management services, and then finally responded to 30 cases of lead poisoning in children. All right, now we're going to change our orientation. Instead of looking backward over the last year, we'll look forward to 2022. As I mentioned, I'd like to focus on the noteworthy changes to the budget first, and then I'll also express some of the goals we have for 2022. The general fund budget for the department is a total of $4.97 million. That is an 11.9% increase in 2022 over 2021. It is worth noting that we had some significant operational reductions in 2021. Going into that year, we were going to have some challenges and took some hard cuts. So in some ways, we kind of bounced back up in 2022. There are also some specific reasons for the increase, which I'll go into in a moment. But before I talk about the increases, it's always good to note that the department did come in $450,000 under budget in 2021, so we did save that money for taxpayers in 2021. And that was a result of, in part, just continued vacancies where it took time to hire, and also just careful spending as well. With respect to the 2022 budget, we have some changes that I'd like to make you aware of. The main reason for the increase in the operational dollars is consultant support for the comprehensive plan, and also payment of third-party firms to conduct building inspections. You may remember that the comprehensive plan is funded by a number of different grant sources. One of the major grant sources that we had budgeted for in the past was the municipal assistance program through the state. That request from the state is actually over 2 years old at this point, and we still have not received that funding. So at least at this point, we've got to make up for that gap in the general fund in 2022. We're still holding out hope that we may get funded for some of that, and we may not be the entire increase, but that is the reason for a significant portion of the increase. Also, for building code inspections, we have just continued to have an increase, an uptick of work for a building code bureau, and that has coincided with some staffing challenges that we've had. Actually had until just recently had 2 vacancies in a relatively small bureau, and so we've had to go out to the private market to supplement and pay professional services to supplement that work. There are 4 new positions in the 2022 budget for CPED. All of these positions are funded through other avenues. So ultimately, they are reflected in the CPED budget, but they are not general fund funded. The health officer, the first one here, the health officer, will be a necessity if we end up moving forward with the new lead ordinance and have additional responsibilities with respect to elevated blood level response. We will need to hire one more person to hire that caseload. At this point, we do believe that community development block grant funding, this is where sometimes good planning works out well. If you recall some of the meetings that we had in the past about CDBG and allocating funding for particular buckets of CDBG, we had allocated funds particularly for health needs. So this relates to that priority that we had identified in the past. We also have here a RACO Land Bank coordinator. This position is something that we have desperately needed, to be honest, for a couple of years. We've been finding different ways to cover this gap. And in my mind, we're not taking full advantage of those two instruments, the Redevelopment Authority and the Land Bank Authority. We have spoken with the leadership of RACO and Land Bank. They are amenable to using RACO and Land Bank funds to pay for a full-time coordinator position. That will not be finalized, however, until RACO the board takes an action. So the leadership's open to it, but it will require a board action early next year before it's approved. Also, for what it's worth, if you compare RACO and Land Bank as independent authorities, there was really no money going toward staffing, and if you look at the other independent authorities around the city, that is not the case. Next is an ARPA grant manager. This is something that we expect to propose to council through the Economic Development Committee for ARPA funding, a position to help manage the $40 million of grant funding coming from the federal government. At our last meeting, we had talked about hiring a consultant team to help with compliance services. We will need somebody in-house to manage this program as a whole. And there was a discussion that was had at the last meeting about legal and financial services versus coordination with community and community organizations. The financial and legal services are utilized for a different purpose, but we will need staff in-house to handle the actual program implementation and the interaction with community organizations and community members as well. So we see these as kind of fitting hand in hand. Last but not least here is an employment navigator and slash sustainable economy administrator. This is a position that was highlighted in the strategic plan, the Block by Block 2.0, and I just want to give you a sense here of the purpose of this position. And again, this would be a proposal before council for ARPA funding. The point of this position, the purpose of this position is so that it can partner with and provide funding to key agencies to update and advance community priorities and workforce development, to establish a network of aligned employers, including the City of Lancaster, to recruit city residents into family-sustaining employment, and to promote available job training, support, and job opportunities to city residents. I know this is something that the mayor and Jessica King in particular have been really passionate about. We haven't had resources directly available within the city to do this. We've done some good work with partners, but we haven't had a dedicated resource in-house. And so the idea here is we've got this once-in-a-generation funding opportunity. We're at least going to put this on the table as a possibility for the council and the community. Okay, guys, we're in the home stretch. Almost done. The last couple slides are about goals, our 2022 goals, and I did my best here to frame these goals under the new 2.0 strategic plan. As you can see here, the first one of the goals under strong neighborhoods is to improve housing quality and increase diversity of housing supply. And that plays out in a number of different bureaus. Here under lead safety and community development, our intent is to increase the rate of lead grant rehabilitation work. We're doing really well. We're actually ahead of a lot of our counterpart cities, but in addition to meet our ambitious targets, we still need to increase the pace of that lead work in the community. As I talked about before, we want to maximize the critical repairs for eligible homeowners, particularly for those who are 50% AMI and under. And then we want to fund projects that implement insurance housing strategy. So as we develop the RFPs for ARPA housing and other federal grant money, we're going to be tying those criteria to the insurance housing strategy. Next, in property maintenance, our plan is to finalize the rental and lead ordinance changes. And once that happens, and if the council agrees to those changes in early 2022, it will take us the remainder of the year in 2022 to make those operational changes. And it wouldn't go live until January 2023. Also wanted to note that we have started again this year, and we'll continue this work next year, proactively addressing deteriorated homes and blighted property. This is certainly through our federal funding, but it is also through the property reinvestment process as well. Finally, in health, we want to establish a baseline. We've been working on this actually already, where we've been starting to accumulate some of the baseline data for a public health needs assessment and coordinating with some of our partners at LGH and Union Healthcare. The next year will be the year that we try to pull that together and accomplish a health assessment for the city specifically. We also, in the Health Bureau, will be coordinating a Healthy Homes initiative. This includes the EBLL case response, the elevated blood lead level, vectors such as mosquitoes, bed bugs, etc. Other risks that fall under Healthy Homes, that could be any number of things, including mold, radon, etc. For land development and city design division, I put this under the umbrella of the goal, another strong neighborhoods goal within the strategic plan to facilitate land development that champions diverse housing options, transportation choice, access to parks and open space, vibrant commercial corridors, architectural character, and great community facilities. So there's a lot in there, but that is ultimately what we're doing as a planning bureau every day to make sure we're making good decisions at the site level and at the neighborhood level. The Planning Bureau is aiming to complete a draft of the comprehensive plan by the end of 2022. We'll keep you updated on how that project schedule is going. We also have been working very hard to identify and facilitate affordable housing opportunities through the land development process. We'll continue doing that next year. In the Building Codes Bureau, we'll be completing construction guidelines that we can make available to the public so that there's a resource that anyone can access. That we receive a lot of questions related to design specifications, etc. We'd like to have a resource that is available proactively to the public. We also need to evaluate much of the unpermitted work that is happening in the city. We know that this is an issue and it is potentially increasing. John Bieber in Building Code, I know, is dedicated to spending some more time analyzing the situation and making a plan to improve that. And then finally, in the Office of Public Art, there's been a lot of work happening behind the scenes this year with the Public Art Advisory Board in particular. I've been coordinating with them fairly often, multiple times a month, just to talk about how we build capacity on that board and strengthen the role of that board in decision-making going ahead. And a big part of that has been rewriting the job description for the Public Art Manager. I've been doing that in concert with Melissa Carrasco and Darlene and Public Art Board members as well. And the idea of that Public Art Manager and the job and the revised job description is to really focus on opportunities for public art and capital projects and in land development proposals. One of of the challenges for the public art manager position in the past is it's been kind of scattered over 100 different responsibilities. It's only one person. We've got to focus on where we can really have an impact. When Milsey speaks about the Department of Neighborhood Engagement, you'll hear more about Johnny Lazario's work. She has been focusing more on the grassroots efforts and creative placemaking at a neighborhood level with public art. So we're kind of seeing those as very much related positions, the PACE manager position and the public art position related, but clarifying which role is doing what. I think since we're running a little behind on time here, I will probably pause for questions here, but just wanted to note that the Building on Strength dashboard is one that we keep track of carefully in concert with the Lancaster City Alliance. The Building on Strength Economic Development Plan was completed in 2015, and these indicators have been tracked since that time. I'll just note very briefly that you can see that since July 2015, there have been 563 residential units completed. According to the City Alliance estimates, and ours within the Planning Bureau are always a little bit different, but their pipeline estimate right now is that there are 2,090 residential units. So you can see sort of how that is playing out right now. And I'm happy to answer more questions about that if you'd like. But I think I'll maybe pause there, and I'll leave this up in case there are any questions about the indicators or any other content in the presentation.
Thank you so much, Director Delps. I just want to go back to under property maintenance, when you were saying, excuse me, that throughout 2021 you worked on the process for externally inspecting properties and also want to continue to work on the process of property reinvestment for condemned properties.
Yes.
Could you talk a little bit about, I don't know if you have numbers about, how often does that happen? How frequently are there condemned properties and are the properties in that reinvestment process sort of pipeline right now? And do we anticipate that number going up?
Did you have questions both about the exterior survey and about the property
I was
reinvestment?
just kind of revisiting my notes and going back to where we were talking about this, but specifically the reinvestment process for condemned properties.
Right, okay. I would have to pull the historical numbers for you in terms of how many condemnations we have been getting over the course of a year. There were a number of properties that there was sort of latent demand because the Property Reinvestment Board had not been operating. I'm wondering, I don't want to put her on the spot, but do you actually have condemnation numbers now?
I can get them.
Okay.
I have them in my email.
Okay. We'll look it up for you. This is actually, we had received a question about this from one of the media outlets just recently. And they've done some analysis, but unfortunately I can't remember off the top of my head right at the moment. But happy to get that for you.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, and just, I think it's also worth noting that like any condemnations we take very seriously. This is not something that happens in a frivolous way. There's definitely several steps to determine whether first whether condemnation is necessary, and then ultimately there are several steps with the Property Reinvestment Board as well to determine whether it indeed should be declared blight.
Thank you. Are there other questions from members of council? Okay, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Dell. The building code inspectors.
Yes.
That were outsourced.
Yes.
How exactly does that affect the budget?
Good question. So last year, unfortunately, we had one inspector pass away, and then we had to let go. When we don't have those in-house inspectors, we have to use more money in the professional services line item. Either we need to transfer it from another place and pay for it like we did in 2021, or in 2022, we're putting additional money in 2022 professional services line in order to pay for those third parties.
Okay, and then, so we're looking to hire building code inspectors.
We actually just hired 2 new building code residential inspectors. One of the challenges that we've had for a long time is finding qualified and experienced building code inspectors. Because of that difficulty in finding experienced officials, John made the decision to hire 2 individuals who are earlier in their career and work on training them up to get them where they need to be. So we're very excited to have them on board. They have great aptitude, but they don't have the experience yet. So we do think that in 2022, we'll be still needing additional support from third parties until we can get to the level internally that we need.
And how many inspectors in total do we need?
How many do we need in terms of the third party inspectors?
Now, we wouldn't have to have a third-party inspector.
Well, the hope is that once we have these 2 new individuals trained and operating at the performance level we need, it would be fairly few and far between that we would use third parties. However, we've always done that as a city because there are times that there's a crush and we then outsource that. But I think I have to go back and look at the historical numbers for the professional services for third party, but I mean, it had always been under $10,000.
Councilor Garcia?
So thank you, Director. So my question is related to the affordable housing component.
Yes.
Sorry, can I slide?
Sure. Were you thinking about 2020?
The study that you said was being conducted? For the people of 2023?
Yes.
So you said there's a strategy that was developed. How far out is that strategy?
The strategy is a 5-year window. We're calling it an interim strategy because we recognize that the comprehensive plan is still in process, and there is a possibility that we may adjust or adapt some things within that 5-year period. But it is a robust piece of work, and I mean, barring any changes, the goals and the targets in that plan will stand.
And so then, in our related piece, going to the revenue streams, can you walk me kind of through what your thought process would be as to why we wouldn't increase the permit fees for commercial mixed-use development in order to kind of not discourage, but allow time for us to do more of the affordable housing components, but also bring in more revenue?
I see Patrick Guerrero up for this one.
Sure. I also wasn't sure I fully understood the question.
Yeah,
but
so
I did.
I think your question's around the building permit fees.
Right.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, during this year, and I'll have some discussion on this in my presentation, we've been going through a comprehensive fee study looking at, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 different fees across the city. Building permits has been part of that review. We will be coming to city council probably, well, in the first quarter of 2022 with some proposals about modifications to those fees. And that, again, I'll talk more about that later, but we definitely will be looking at changing both the structure and the fee itself. That's related to the components.
So that is the 600,000 revenue stream for building permits a reflection of the possible change?
No, that's a reflection of right now with no change whatsoever. So nowhere in the revenue budgets is there a reflection of any estimates of increased revenue due to fee changes. Because there are still some unknowns in that fee study, and also some unknowns when we bring a proposal to you all. to establish a new set of fees. We didn't want to make any predictions about, one way or the other, what revenues we're going to expect.
Do we know when we can anticipate that going forward?
The plan right now is to bring a initial discussion to council at the February committee meetings with the idea that we would have a full-blown ordinance and or resolution for fee changes at the March meetings.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Roy?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Director Delps. A couple questions. One around the lead abatement program. I understand there's a timeline of when we have to use the funds that were allocated to that program. Based on COVID and seeing numbers down as far as projects, have we seen a ratcheting up of that as far as building momentum to use those funds in a lot of time? Or do you anticipate any more investment needed to start to increase some of that momentum?
That's a great question. Thank you. The U.S. Department of Housing Urban Development has given us some additional time to spend that money. They have extended it by at least a year at this point, and they've also provided some other flexibility in some other areas. So that is good news in the near term. If we get to year 5, there may be some questions about how we're covering our staffing costs because they have not agreed to give more money yet at this point. But that is something that we can explore further as we get closer to the date.
Great. And the last question is around the employment navigator piece.
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? I'm intrigued by that component.
Sure.
Can I interject here? This is something that came directly out of our strategic planning conversations related to the sustainable local economy, and it's been conversations that Jess and Chris and I have been having, as well as with SACA and CAP and Thaddeus Stevens, in particular as it relates to this particular app piece. What I want to note for council is that this is definitely a placeholder position, that we do not have a full proposal yet to bring to council for consideration, and we would not proceed in hiring this position without the express commitment of ARPA dollars from council. And so I just want to put an asterisk next to this position that's included into the budget, because unlike other positions that are requested, this one feels like there's a lot more work that needs to be done with our community partners to fully vet this. And then there are also the questions about what's happening at the county level with the Workforce Development Board and the interest that I know at least Commissioner D'Agostino has in the workforce development capacity in the county. So more to come.
Okay, great. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Any questions from the public? And I know you might have an answer for me, so I just want to, we can circle back to that then, Dr. Dobbs.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate Rebecca just shared with me the numbers that you asked about. So the condemnation numbers were 72 in 2017, 59 in 2018, 60 in 2019, 25 in 2020, and 29 in 2021. And clearly, COVID has affected the operations, but in addition to that, we did this, I had mentioned we had gotten that immediate request, and we had looked at this more carefully, and it does seem that this is also reducing just because there's been more proactive work over time, and so although it is not definitive yet, it does seem that the data is showing us that it's moving in the right direction. The housing market has been strong, and there's been consistency around these processes over the last several years. So I think that is making a dent in the problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you for getting that information.
Sure.
To follow up on that one, there's a line item around abatement of nuisances. How does that relate to this conversation around inland properties?
I would say that around the abatement of nuisances, it's when a landlord doesn't act and we need to act for a public health perspective. So, for example, we had a property that was rat infested and was affecting the other neighbors. The landlord wasn't taking We then take action and then bill the landlord. So that is like to front those costs.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was taking a pause because this line item kind of plays out in different ways. We actually, DPW often uses the abatement of nuisance as well. It depends on where the issue is happening, and there's often coordination between DPW sweeps inspectors and then our housing inspectors, for example, to utilize that fund to get the issue solved, as the mayor described.
Thank you. All right. All right, with that, Director Delps, thank you very much.
Sorry, guys, I tried. I started a little late.
You did, and you deserve your due time as well. So thank you very much for that. For now, we will go ahead and break for lunch. It is 12:34, so we are a little bit behind. So I'll ask that, that the lunch is out in the hallway, that we come back to where we are in about 15 minutes, and then we can kind of get started if we don't mind working through a little bit of lunch. Okay. That's what we'll do. Thank you very much.
best of it is good.
Good. I'm coming back. So at work, at least for a little while. We just like made an investment. Oh, sorry.
So thank you for reconvening. We're going to jump right back into the presentations with the mayor's office, solicitor, and city council budgets.
Very good. Thank you very much, Councilor Bakay. So you will see a substantial increase that's being proposed for the office of the mayor, and I just want to talk you through that. The city solicitor, I'll just knock that one out pretty quickly. We are seeing a modest increase of $5,000 to that line. And we'll say that with the conclusion of the mall settlement, there is going to be a reduction in overall legal expenses, barring anything else that should come out next year. The Office of Neighborhood Engagement, Millsy is going to walk through that particular line item, as well as Lancaster Office of Promotion. And so the Lancaster Office of Promotion, this is the first year that this is coming in underneath the mayor's office. It was formerly under Community Planning and Economic Development. And then within the Office of Mayor, the significant changes here are the addition of 2 positions. One is a vacant position that we're moving over from administrative services. And then there's a new proposed position. And both of these are related to fund development. So you may know that Megan Blackman was our former grants program administrator, and she left the city to take a job with Clean Water Partners. So very, very much still aligned, and I imagine that we're going to continue to work with Megan as we work with the Clean Water Partners. That opened up a vacancy and a whole conversation about where to situate those positions within the organization, because she was managing, let's see, 30 to 50 grants, and some of those grants are pretty sizable multi-year grants. Others are smaller grants, and she was one person. And just within DPW alone is 30 grants that we are administering. And so there was a conversation about, okay, if we're going to continue to do this, because a lot of times it's through grant funds that we're able to do innovation and collaboration with different partners, as well as respond to things that we just don't have enough bandwidth in the budget, but we are able to extend our bandwidth with grant dollars. So the new plan, with your consent, is to add this additional person to increase the capacity. That will also support the Lancaster Office of Promotion and their sponsorship request. Lizzie has a goal of raising $300,000 to support the Lancaster Office of Promotion and the events that we do throughout the city. And somebody needs to manage all of that sponsorship outreach, in addition to all of the other grants that we have on a regular cycle that we apply for every year, and then what I call specialized grants. So when Director Dels was talking about the grants that we went for in terms of the comp plan, those aren't things that we apply for every year. We don't do the comp plan every year, thank goodness. But we do need to fundraise for special projects from time to time. So I am pleased, although I cannot say who yet, but we do have a person that will be coming on board in February to take Megan's position. And we are cobbling together in between Megan's departure and this new person coming on board. And then when that person comes on board, they'll have some time to assess where things stand and to create some operating procedures to support grant development and fundraising writ large. This is probably one area we just don't have the level of coordination we need among all the departments. So for example, we're raising money for Bike It, which is our bike rental program, and we need to have like a list of who we're going to go and ask and for what purposes that's more comprehensive than each department kind of doing their own thing. So that's the proposal, and that is the explanation for the increase in the mayor's office. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any questions from council? I'll just say that it's a lot, big shoes to fill with Megan being gone, and certainly grant activity is what fuels a lot of what we've been talking about so far today. Any questions from the public? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And that leads us right into the Office of Neighborhood Engagements.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Bakay and council members, Council President, Mayor, for the opportunity to be here today and share with you our budget presentation. So let's get started. And so for just the agenda, what we're going to review today is Department of Neighborhood Engagement updates and budget, 2021 accomplishments, 2022 goals for the Department of Neighborhood Engagement, communications and marketing. Do you guys have it? You have it?
We do. We just adjust the light so that the streamers can see it. Thank you.
And then Lancaster Office of Promotion updates and budget, and really the new vision for the Visitor Center. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. And so just to remind everyone, the Department of Neighborhood Engagement is in the office of the mayor. You'll hear in future slides, we've also merged Lancaster Office of Promotion, the Visitor Center, the PACE Manager program, the PACE Neighbors program is also in our department, as well as the City Hall receptionist, so that transferred over, so we'll talk a little bit about that. So I'm not sure if you remember, 14 months ago, it was just Syra and I, and here is our new staffing chart. So I was actually going to put one staffing chart of just Syra and I, and then the new staffing chart, but really thankful and privileged and an incredible opportunity to really expand engagement with the merger of Lancaster Office of Promotion. Thank you, Chris Phelps, for facilitating that, and as well as Jeff King for that recommendation. And if you look at the right-hand side on my side is the new hire of a programs manager that's also funded through CDBG. We're going to talk about funded granted positions in the next slide versus general fund positions. We partnered with Penn Medicine and we'll have a trauma-informed community engagement specialist that's starting at the end of this month. That's Rock Hudson. And you'll learn a little bit more about our VISTA. Oh, my daughter's made it here. You'll learn a little bit more about our VISTA program, and we just extended an offer to Dominic Jordan to become our VISTA lead. So a lot of exciting things happening in our department. Related to those positions, I'm sure council's like, oh my gosh, 25 new positions. 20 of them are full-time, 5 are part-time, and 14 are grant-funded positions. And so, and we'll talk about that in the future, so in the future slides. So 2021 promotions, I just want to share. Alyssa Calhoun is now the Assistant Visitor Center Manager, so we're excited about that. Saiga Falu was admin / language access, but now she's full-time language services coordinator, so really excited about that. Also, Kate, who's joining me here today, really excited, so she can actually fall under promotions and new hires. So Kate is the new Special Programs and Event Manager at the Lancaster Office of Promotion. She's joined with Shayla Hübner, who's the Visitor Center Manager, DJ Ramsey, which many of you guys know, who's here all the time. And when I tell you an A++ team, really extraordinary, and you can see their work through the just the recent activities for the Mayor's Street Lighting. So we're really thankful for that team. As I mentioned, Rock Hudson will be joining us as Trauma-Informed Community Engagement Specialist, and that's funded through a PCCD grant. Jalil Rosario is the Public Art Community Engagement Manager, and that's funded through the National Endowment for the Arts. And then Mirta Delavar, who's a City Hall receptionist. Thank you, Patrick. So some of our highlights, we've improved bilingual communication citywide. You can see that when you walk in here to City Hall. You can see it if you need interpretation and translation services. We have ASL interpreters, and that's really extraordinary work that Saiga Falu has been really focused on. We've increased engagement, events and initiatives even through COVID. So we've been partnering with a comprehensive plan that the planning team has been doing an extraordinary job with engagement. For the first time, we partnered with a community-based event for the Juneteenth event. So we partnered with Denisha Gantz, and she's a graduate of the Neighborhood Leaders Academy. Milburn Park and Howard Avenue, I don't know if you remember, but in 2019 when I sat here and I was talking to you about concerns or areas of concerns that residents had shared with us, in 2019 we looked at that, we elevated it to Megan Blackman, who was a grant administrator at that time, also talked to CPED and Department of Public Works, and we all elevated these particular 2 areas. So Howard Avenue was funded through the Keystone Grant, and that's been completed this year. Keystone Community Grant, and then Milburn Park was in partnership with EML, lots of local sponsors, and what an incredible opportunity to have 2 revitalization projects in the Southeast that were really highlighted by residents that wanted this change. So it's pretty exciting. I know it took a couple of years, but we were able to finish those 2 projects. Mayor's Neighborhood Week was really the first year that we were able to go out into the neighborhoods. We hosted quadrant meetings in each neighborhood. Some really well attended, others we have to certainly improve on attendance there. In addition, we had all departments conducting neighborhood walking audits. And then this year we celebrated Welcoming Week, which was our 2nd year celebrating Welcoming Week, and we hosted several events that were all mostly virtual with our partners. Holiday events, I want to give a special thanks to our fire department. You know, and last year was the first time that the fire trucks were out in the neighborhoods. This year, with the leadership of Chief Little, has expanded that to like even a much broader base. People were texting me, messaging me last night, you know, wanting to know where the truck was. So there's a lot of excitement there. And again, that cross collaboration. And truly, I think everyone in the ELT really believes in engagement. And so just like seeing that partnership with other departments is pretty exciting. As I mentioned before, the department mergers, Department of Neighborhood Engagement, Luke, PACE came from CPED, City Hall Receptionist from Business Administration. And all of that, we've had a lot of press coverage, some of it here locally, some of it nationally and internationally. So the city was part of, all of our directors were interviewed on Gun Launch, which is a podcast that has been shared thousands of times globally, and is really talking about the innovation and the work that we're doing here in the city. Both Chief Bay and I are featured in a Harvard editorial related to community policing. We presented at the Code for America Summit, which is a huge national conference, if you're aware of it. The National Endowments of the Art really highlighted the community engagement and the work that Jolene's doing, and so they asked us to both present at a conference that they just recently had. And then Welcoming City, which was a global webinar. We were talking to people, in Africa, and just talking about the work that we're doing and engagement work and accessibility work that we're doing. So really exciting things that we can also share here locally. And super exciting, we made the front page cover of the Sunday newspaper, and I thank you so much to Nellie Betancourt and LMP for covering what Lancaster City's leadership program empowers neighborhood leaders to make a difference. Really extraordinary to be highlighted with this work that we're doing, again, locally, regionally, and nationally. So neighborhood engagement programming and accomplishments, even through COVID, we've managed to have 25 community projects totaling close to $20,000. Since 2019, we've had 70 community projects. Again, Mayor's Neighborhood Week was like the first physical when we were out in the community with the quadrant meetings and the neighborhood events. And the AmeriCorps Vista grant program, so we've been granted that, and I believe the next slide, or the next two slides are related to the Vista program. But in 2022, we are going to have continuously rolling community grants. So it's not going to be seasonally. Normally we had spring and then like fall grants. Starting on our launch, which is Valentine's Day, we always launch our programs on Valentine's Day, February 14th. We will have rolling applications, so throughout the year people can apply. We're working on developing and implementing a citywide community engagement plan. I'm sure you've heard engagement on all the presentations here. We're bringing that all together and making sure that it is a continuous process and that we're actually following an engagement process throughout all of our departments. We're expanding engagement and education through our programs, Love Your Block, NLA, and we're also increasing with hiring a new programs manager. We're actually going to have someone focused and dedicated on making sure that we have this consistency with the program, so it'll ultimately increase the more people going through our programs. We're going to expand public art and creative placemaking activities. One of the rolling grants for Love Your Block will be Love Your Block and community art. And then we're developing and expanding language access work plans and policies and training. So just wanted to highlight two projects, Love Your Block projects. Shine Your Light, the mural on Locust Street with Shauna Yordi. This was actually her second grant. So she has two murals, if you're familiar with the project. And also she applied for a community grant for the community garden that's there. Really extraordinary, the hours of volunteers and the individuals that volunteered there. We had artists, we had faith leaders, just so many people, and a lot of city staff also. And really the essence of this community pride of having artwork that you contributed to and that you walk by has been really extraordinary in the neighborhood. The second project is a project that we partnered with Elm Street and the Department of Solid Waste and Recycling. And those are those mini trash cans. And just recently Governor Wolf was here and the mayor, and they were at Tech Central talking about just litter reduction and they featured this project. So we have piloted this project on Pershing Avenue. And then two of our NLA projects is, as you can see, Denisha Gans with the Juneteenth event. So we had Caravan, and we also had an event at Long Park, as well as Dominic Jordan's Block Rate program is funded through the Love Your Block as well. I wanted to share with you the Mayor's Neighborhood Week photos because it was really extraordinary to have an ASL interpreter there, and we didn't know the impacts of that. We had attendees there that were hearing impaired, and it was very emotional for them to be able to communicate and receive that information. So really great work again from Zaida and Mayor's Neighborhood Week. As I mentioned, all of the departments were there and present. So our AmeriCorps Vista. So we applied for this before we knew we were merging with all these departments, right? And so And so the program, very competitive. We applied, and this is really, it's funded through the Corporations for National Community Services, which we reference CNCS. It's a 3-year program. It's approximately $400,000. It's 11 positions, 10 AmeriCorps Vistas, and then 1 Vista Lead. And the purpose of this is really to focus on expanding equity and engagement throughout all the city government and reporting functionality. So their goal is really what we've been doing in our department, but expanding it to those other departments, following those processes, the same engagement tools, and that we're all gathering the same information of engagement, of how much engagement and building equity and making sure that voices of our people are represented into all citywide initiatives. And I do want to give a special thank you to Lancaster County Community Foundation for providing a $15,000 grant for the Vista Housing stipend. So trauma-informed community engagement specialist, 2-year program. The goal is to provide training on trauma-informed policy. We want to become a trauma-informed city. Again, it's in partnership with Penn Medicine, and it's funded through the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency. I have Sharon Allenspan photo here. She has been partnering with developing this program, so I want to give her a special thanks, as well as the team over at Penn Medicine. And just recently, we extended the offer to Laura Hudson to be our trauma-informed community engagement specialist. Here's an image of Milburn Park. I love this image because I remember when this picture was taken, all the kids couldn't wait to get in there. So, yeah, I mean, if you had an opportunity to see Milburn Park during Mayor's Neighborhood Week, and the conditions of the park was, this renovation was so needed, and it was just beautiful to see how excited the kids were. So our engagement tools that you're familiar with, and some new ones that we've added, Engage Lancaster and we're going to talk about some of those metrics from Engage Lancaster in the next slides. We started an internal engagement tracker to track, and thank you to the Department of Works and their GIS team that's been helping us put this together, where we can, it's an app where we can just track where we are, how many hours we're there, what's the staffing hours, so there's just consistency of tracking. The language line, the translation and support hardware, so we're looking at upgrading some video interpretation services here. And then if you come into City Hall, you can see the new signage there, which is really beautiful. Welcome, because we are a welcoming city. So related to Engage Lancaster, our first year goal was to get it up and running. And I have Wyatt and Amber here because really they've been the powerhouse behind Engage Lancaster. And our goal was to get it up, have departments working on this, and at least get 2,000 registrants in the first year. We've met that goal. And so the future goals is to continue to communicate and get more residents registered here. And if you don't know what Engage Lancaster is, it's our city's public participation platform that was launched during COVID. One of the things that's really exciting to see these trends as projects are launched, we've had close to 400 posts. So residents are actually going and posting notes and messages on our projects. So there's a lot of engagement there. And then we have over 500 residents posting comments. So you can actually create a post on Engage Lancaster, and then you can come and comment on a post. So that's pretty exciting. And so this year in 2022, we're going to be working with developers on enhancing the reporting mechanisms on the platform. As I mentioned, we want to increase registration and education to the platform. And we want to really think about and be really intentional about that digital divide and how we start including folks that don't have access to that technology. And so we've been working on different ways to do that. DPW, our Department of Public Works, has been really great with canvassing and uploading folks' survey responses right onto Engage Lancaster. So we've been testing out some things, but this is an area for us to grow in. And then language access. Again, language line was launched. Zara's been providing some staff training. We contracted in-person interpretation services for public and community meetings, and we purchased professional interpretation equipment just recently. So someone comes here, we actually now have headsets and headgear, where there's an interpreter that can be talking into a mic, and anyone within the vicinity will receive that interpretation. So thank you, Mayor and Patrick, for providing some of those dollars so that we can purchase that. In 2022, our goals is to expand language access work plans policies, as I mentioned before, increase across department staff of language access, cultural awareness and bias training. And we really want to identify, test, and train key bilingual staff as qualified staff interpreters across the department. So during welcoming week, Zaira mentioned that she went back to school, she was getting her certification. With that certification, now she could get trained a trainer, and so we can train other key staff, so it's really exciting. And she just finished the last 40 hours right before Thanksgiving, so we're excited about that. And then we're going to upgrade the technology to video remote interpretation, the VRI services. And there she is. So public art and community engagement, really great work here. I'm really excited to be working with Charlene Rosario on the work that she's doing. She completed the artful intersection on Strawberry Street. A lot of community engagement. That one was a tough one because here we are infusing art and really focused on pedestrian safety. At the same time, we're also impacting parking that's there, right? So there was a lot of conversation and feedback in the community. As I mentioned before, we presented at the NEA. We partnered with local artist organizations on professional development for artists. And in 2021 was really planning for the PACE neighborhood program, establishing that program, getting a work plan together. In 2022 is the implementation. So we just have awarded 5 positions for that. It's a residency program in the arts, so that's what PACE Neighbor stands for. We're going to be hosting a series of professional development workshops for artists and engage City of Lancaster stakeholders and community-based public art and creative placemaking initiatives. So we're really excited about this. And reestablishing our relationship with our community-based artists, which is really important. Here's some pictures. You can see the intersection before the art, and then at the bottom right corner, the intersection after the art. And it was local artists, residents came out, and yeah, it was pretty exciting times. So here we are, we're here to talk about budget, so here I am finally talking about the budget. So for the side of the Department of Neighborhood Engagement, which is Saida, Jalene, Mirta, our salaries are $258,394. Really our department expenses is $81,000. The majority of that is like in advertising and marketing, I think $15,000 in marketing. And that's related to like marketing some of the programs that we have. So out of the general fund in total is $339,894. And with that, just remember, out of the general fund, there's 4 positions. 3 of them are actually like taxpayer dollars. The rest of them are 14 are grant funded. So that's pretty exciting. And we were still able to reduce our operating expenses by $2,500 this year. And this was pretty exciting. I've been working on this all week, pulled this from Munis. So general fund, again, $339,894. But in our total grants and sponsorships, it's close to $600,000. And that is super exciting. So just real fast, where does that come from? All of the done funding is, I mentioned, is $596,000, almost $597,000 almost. It's a total of 12 grants. Public art, or the public art initiatives, $190,000 comes from the NEA Citizen for the Arts, Challenge America, and Bloomberg Asphalt. In engagement, we have about $161,000. $125,000 of that is in kind from the CNCS grant for the AmeriCorps Vistas. And then neighborhood revitalization, we have about $223,000. And that is neighborhood assistance programs related to some neighborhood revitalization projects that we're working on, as well as we've applied just recently, but we have not been awarded, so I just want to make a note on that, on a DCNR grant for a communications and marketing, here's DJ. And let me just tell you, he has been hard at work. He's already increased like our visibility on Visit Lancaster, close to 17%, as you can see there. There's close to 100,000 users. The mobile activity has increased, the desktop activity, so mobile activity has increased close to 35%. So he's constantly tracking the views mobilely and on our site, and so we just want to continue to push that out. And we're going to be pushing that out locally. So there is going to be a campaign. We have 60,000 residents here that we need to make sure that they understand that they're welcome into the visitor center. Our social media posts, we have close to 20,000 followers. So just a lot of work and just understanding with DJ coming on, where is the most attention and how can we get the quickest amount of information out to people. He developed and engaged curated tours on the mobile first and accompanying maps. So if you go and visit Lancaster, there's like mobile tours that you can just like pick up and just go. So he's been working on that, and he's started to revitalize the business directory. So some of his goals in 2022 is relaunching the business directory, and that'll be in partnership with some other organizations and the event listings. Launch a destination marketing plan. And as I mentioned to you before, something new is the visitor center has been always known as a visitor center. We're going to be rebranding the visitor center to the Welcome Center. And so we've already started those vision meetings, and that's what's going to happen in 2022. So really excited about that. And here's a picture of the Welcome Center. We are a welcoming city. We are one of 12 cities in the U.S. that is Welcoming City certified, and the first one in Pennsylvania. We really believe that the visitor center is a welcoming place, so we are rebranding that to be that, a welcome center. And here's the Lancaster City Welcome Center team. So Kate is here joining us today, so thankful for her leadership, as well as Shayla. And so the accomplishments in the last 3 months, because they've only been here for the last 3 months, and that you've seen the event that they organized for the mayor's tree lighting. So it's really accomplishments were to continue to organize successful city-led events, and you saw that this past holiday, and you'll continue to see in the next few months. A total of 8 major events that are planned, restructure a team and organizational chart, engaged in leadership and culture training, so there's been a lot of training in the last few months, begin reestablishing relationship with partner organizations, exploration of rebranding to the Welcome Center, and assessing technology and planning. So the event permitting process is something that we're going to be really focused on. Goals is to do procedure and evaluations, a lot of documentation that we have to get ready there. Develop the Welcome Center concept of branding. We have applied for RCAP funds, and so if those RCAP funds come through, really manage the renovation plans for that Welcome Center, and then and continue to implement ongoing connections with community partners. Here's just some images of the mayor's tree lighting and other events. So the loop budget salaries is about it's $273,240. Overall expenses, and the majority of the expenses are related to marketing. It's about $145,200. There's 7 positions in Lancaster Office of Promotion in the Visitor Center, 3 full-time, 4 part-times, and there is an increase in the operating expenses of 8.2% this year. One of the things that I do want to share with you as we're going into 2022 is we do have a sponsorship reserve already of this year of close to $120,000. So we're starting off the new year great, and as the mayor mentioned before, we do have a bold goal of fundraising $350,000. We do believe that sponsorship events could also supplement some of the operating costs there. So it'll be exciting to see how much we raise this year and how it impacts the general fund dollars at the end of this year. And that's all I have. I do want to give a special thank you to the team, to all of you, council, to the coworkers and the residents of this community. it's really important work, and I'm just so privileged to be here to do this community work and to do it with the team, because we're here today and the work that we're doing goes across all of the departments and across so many staff. So we're really excited and thankful to be here. That's all I have.
Director Cosgrove, thank you so much. And thank you for specifically calling out people in the department. I thought that was very thoughtful, because they're doing so much good work. I'll open it up to any questions from members of council. Yes,
So I want to start off by thanking you. I think you are one of the most intentional and resilient people that the city might have. And I think that I'm really excited to see you also assume more responsibility, just because I think your leadership is amazing. I don't know how you end up where you end up and the programs that you end up developing, but you do, and they're always great. One technical question is the Welcome Center Manager the new title for the Loop Director?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So it's right now it's the Visitor Center Manager. And so one of the things related to the funding part is we took the Director of Lancaster Office of Promotion, which was formerly Annie Weeks. That sponsorship and development position, half of that work is really going to the new funding, the two new positions that the mayor talked about. We really believe that there's such an extraordinary opportunity to like fundraise and get some increased sponsorship there. So we took some of those responsibilities out and then made the position of Visitor Center Manager. And we're still kind of analyzing that, so there might be a little bit of movement in the next year.
And then my second question, maybe for you, Patrick, is, so first of all, I think you so deserve this new salary, which is what I'm imagining is there. And I think both your demonstration of how much you have raised in sponsorship, and also the fact that even with this raise, our two women in positions of leadership are still making less than their male counterparts in the city, I think is really important. But Patrick, are we thinking that that is kind of the base salary for this new department moving forward?
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. We've been going through a compensation policy review, a top to bottom in the organization that's been led by Angie and HR and her team. And we've been looking at that through a multiple lens factor. And actually it's called a factor analysis that's been done for every position type. And looking to see are the positions that are within the city administration, are they on par with the job description, and then also, so internal to their job description and external to what's happening in the world at this moment, which is, as you know, highly competitive, very challenging recruitment and talent acquisition for a lot of different positions. We're really fortunate that the majority of our positions are filled as it relates to the Office of Neighborhood Engagement and the Director and that level. I asked Angie to do a review of the job description, so I spent some time working with Milsey to revise her job description to update the added responsibilities, handed that off to Angie and said, okay, go do this factor analysis and tell me what the salary schedule should be for this position. And that number is based on what Angie responded with. And then we did the same thing for Chief of Staff, as really, although her title is Chief of Staff, and that makes sense in a government organization. In large part, a huge part of what she does is in a translation, would be Director of Strategic Initiatives. And so those positions, which I think you're referring to, have been reviewed. And that's one of the process changes that we're making as an organization, is that any position, whether it's a proposed new hire or any salary schedule change, does not get made by the individual director, but it gets made through the lens of this factor analysis to ensure consistency across the organization, which was not happening before.
Yeah, and I think that, right, when we're doing budgets, it's about like where are we placing our values. So I was genuinely really excited to see that. I think that the past few years, that's something that I wanted to see more of, is that intentionality, in particular salaries. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Councilor Arroyo?
Thank you. First, thank you, Director Carrasco, for the presentation, and also just more of a comment than anything. I think as we've heard the other presentations, and really over the past 2 years since being on council, hearing the other departments present and talk, neighborhood engagement has been the lens and how they've led, and I think that's a direct result of your leadership and the impact that you've had, really shaping the culture of City Hall, but also our city. So it's also something that I think you're leaving your fingerprints throughout our city, and that's been very inspiring to see. So just wanted to thank you for all the hard work you're doing. Absolutely.
Team effort.
Yeah, so you have a really, really strong team of high performers, so I'm very excited about that. I guess the kind of this quick question is, you mentioned about a process on how to make sure that you're aligning that engagement process with other departments. What does that process look like, or what is that strategy looking like moving forward?
Yeah, so there's training, so engagement could be just speaking to someone, right? And so there needs to be an understanding of what community engagement is in government. So I think the baseline is providing technical training to all city staff that's engaging in this process, and understanding the different levels of engagement is really important. So there's going to be a series of what is community engagement and how to perform community engagement type of trainings that we've been talking about. The second part of that is really a unified way of collecting the data. So we certainly know that the police department does a lot of community engagement. And so how are we tracking that, and how are we tracking that? How is it related to the priorities for the police department? And so something that Chief Bay and I have been talking about is really recruitment. It's really like on like recruitment, local recruitment. And so if there's engagement efforts related to that, how are we collecting the data to make sure that he can report out, like, these are all the recruitment and engagement efforts related to our strategic priorities. So how are we aligning our engagement efforts to our strategic priorities and our department priorities? And so that's really like the goal. Yeah.
That's really great to hear, and I guess a kind of a compliment to this administration and council as well, is as we make sure that we communicate to our residents that investment in this type of work in this department is just as important as the investment that goes into public safety, community planning, and economic development in other areas as well. So just really want to say thank you, and kudos to council and the administration.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. And if I may add on to that, I think one of the things I'm really excited about with Shayla on board now, and Kate, and the intention about supporting our small businesses as well, not just downtown, but across the city. And so I would say that that's been something that we've been a long-standing partnership with the Lancaster City Alliance. But this is something as we talk about our strategic priorities related to the local economy, is really focusing on the small business aspect, and there'll be more to come related to that to council as we talk about ARPA dollars and so on, because there is a need to elevate the work that we are doing to support our small businesses as we continue to really struggle to come out of COVID. So. And with that, I just want to comment that Thursday night's Lancaster Shop Late got great press. There was a lot of buzz downtown. Really appreciate the efforts between the Alliance and the city to continue to elevate those efforts to support downtown. And as we wind our way through the holiday season, your friendly reminder to think about shopping local.
Yes. Great job. And we have 47 businesses open, late or shop late.
Yeah. Councilor Craig.
Thank you, Councilor Day. My question has been answered. I just want to say bravo.
Thank you. So much.
Are there any questions from the public or Director Carrasco? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that
Work and for being here today.
Thanks for the opportunity.
You're the only one that got applause. So.
And one more help me organize my slide deck, so if he's listening, I want to say thank you.
Didn't he give the template for everybody's slideshows today?
I know,
That was
I think
an important one.
Yes, thank you.
Before we move on to our next presentation, which will be delivered via video, I just want to make mention of the city council budget. It is a part of the city budget. There was no change to that budget year over year, so I'll just mention that as we continue to move forward. There has not been any change to elected official salaries or any other lines in our small but mighty city council budget. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the Department of Public Works. And we have Director Stephen Campbell who has delivered his presentation on video.
So just so everybody knows, Director Campbell is out of town with his family at the moment. And so this is the first for us to do this, and look forward to your feedback about how well it went. And obviously, really, Patrick's here. I'm here to attempt to answer questions. But if there are additional questions, we can certainly
present to you the
answer.
DPW proposed budget for
Steve, you're jumping the gun.
The voice from the voice.
Okay.
Thank you for queuing that up, Patrick.
So, well, you're thanking me for queuing it up, but it is not showing up on the screen, even though we tested this like 3 times.
I saw you do it successfully earlier. I know.
hello.
Sounds like he's here.
Director of the Lancaster Department of Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you the DPW proposed budget for 2022. I also want to thank the efforts of everyone on the DPW team who contributed to this budget, most notably Cindy McCormick, City Engineer and Division Chief for the Public Right-of-Way, Christine Volke-Hilditch, Division Chief of Utilities, and Matt Metzler, Division Chief of Construction and Operations. DPW is comprised of about 200 people, and just over 30% are residents of the city. Public Works is supported by these 5 fund sources: the General Fund, Stormwater, Wastewater, Water, and Solid Waste and Recycling, as well as by grants and in-kind services by not-for-profit organizations. DPW underwent a reorganization in 2020 that is making our efforts more efficient, cost-effective, and equitable for the city of Lancaster. The 4 distinct divisions that make up Public Works are Public Right-of-Way, which includes the Office of the City Engineer, Construction and Operations, responsible for the construction, maintenance, and operations of all city-owned facilities and infrastructure, the Utilities Division, which encompasses water and wastewater and their treatment plants and horizontal infrastructure, and the Sustainability and the Environment Division, responsible for stormwater management. This year's Public Works budget is about $71.3 million, or only 0.1%, $70,000 higher than last year, which was a 5% increase, about half of the previous year's increase. Many factors contribute to how we control the budget: how we finance the work, how we perform the work, and how we plan the work. In last year's budget, the increases in each fund were higher, and there were no reductions. This year, there are reductions in our Stormwater Fund, even though we will be doing more with less. And there's a modest increase in the General Fund supporting our ability to self-perform, and a modest increase in solid waste and recycling, which will help us keep the streets, parks, and neighborhoods cleaner. The more significant reduction in wastewater has more to do with drops in the cost of our sewer debt service due to refinancing that note this past September. This year's budget is targeted to continue to provide the services you have always come to expect of DPW in our dedication to your quality of life, but also to become more efficient, cost-effective, quality-driven, and equitable in the process. Even with some of the changes in the budget, the proportions of the work is very consistent year after year. Graphically, you can see that 3/4 of the Public Works budget is related to the utilities. Just over 48% of the budget is water, just over 26% is wastewater. A slightly smaller percentage than last year, again, due in large part to September's refinancing of the debt there. The remaining 25% is divided amongst the general fund, 10%, solid waste recycling, 8%, and stormwater, 6%. The division called the Public Right-of-Way is led by our dedicated city engineer, Cindy McCormick, and includes engineering, transportation, and data. We are increasing the presence of the public right-of-way in our public discourse. PROW is leading key initiatives such as alternative transportation, such as the bike lanes, Conestoga Pines and the Parks Master Plan, continuing to hone our public outreach and customer service, Vision Zero, which has heightened our awareness of a number of PROW safety and parking challenges, and data for the department, other city agencies, and the public at large. Many of our initiatives are led by this division, and much of our public outreach, the data by which we manage ourselves, and the design and coordination of the various components of public works takes place here. The portion of the general fund that supports the public right-of-way is highlighted in green and does represent
throughout each individual department's budgets. And then, this last piece of initiating the trauma-informed training, so that was some of the work that Sharon has been doing, in addition, in partnership with Jess and with folks from LGH Penn Medicine. The Fire Bureau, as Chief Little talked about, was the first area of the city that went through and did the full training there. We have Treasury staff lined up to do that training in the first quarter of 2022. And we think that's incredibly important given, the folks that they interact with on a daily basis. Oftentimes folks who are having economic challenges, and dealing with their water and sewer bills, dealing with tax bills, things like that. So we think that work is going to be really important and helpful both to the staff and Treasury, but also for the customers that they serve. Some of the goals that we have in 2021 that are moving into 2022, some things that we didn't complete that I had hoped that we'd be able to complete. The mayor referenced this when she talked about the salary for Millsie's position. We have Angie Papa-Vasilian and Sharon have been working closely with McLean and Company on creating a new compensation philosophy and creating an entirely new compensation analysis and this point factor tool that the mayor referenced earlier. And that is, a lot of that work has been sort of behind the scenes work within HR, and we're now actually in December 20th, they're going to be making a presentation to the executive leadership team, and then that is going to roll out through 2022 so that we can have all non-bargaining positions within the city looking at those salary levels and looking at the internal equity that we have, and also looking at the challenge that we have, which is how do we recruit new talent within the city government when we have all of that competition out there in the marketplace. Online billing and monthly billing conversion. In Director Campbell's presentation, he talked about getting down to the very last of the meter change-outs. I think we're down to below 300 meters that have yet to be installed with the new technology. That was basically a prerequisite to being able to switch to monthly billing, because we needed to have the new meters in place to actually be able to do the electronic reads. And then the last two are really IT-related, code and permitting software upgrades, and also asset management and work order software upgrades. So this goes to data-informed management, but also just having systems in place that are provide some ease of use internally for our staff, but also provide much better customer service to our customers, whether they're folks who are coming in for a building permit or whether they're customers of our water and sewer system who rely on our public works staff to be following up on work orders properly. So again, I'm not going to dig in on each of these goals, but I really just want to focus on the two pieces of the strategic plan 2.0 that are closely focused and reliant on the work of folks within administrative services. So the first is the data-informed decision-making, that the city will utilize data to measure performance and drive decisions that create efficiencies and promote fiscal responsibility. That is clearly an area where we need the infrastructure, IT infrastructure, software and systems in place to be able to make those data-informed decisions. You can't make those data-informed decisions without having the data and without having the right tool to analyze that data. And then secondly is the culture of inclusion in public service. The culture of city government is centered on inclusion in public service. The city workforce is diverse in all aspects. And the last sentence of this, I highlight, you can't really tell it on the screen, but I put that in red. It's literally my favorite sentence in the entire strategic plan, that city employees serve the community, not the system of government. We need to make sure that every city employee understands that the work that they do is not to, that the work that they do is to better the community that they're serving. And so that's, I like that sentence, I'll just put it that way. Some of the pieces toward the end of that list of goals are really some of the work, in addition to the diversity, equity, inclusion work that Sharon Allen Span has been working on. The learning management system implementation, we got a preview of that with Sharon a couple of weeks ago at a citywide leadership team meeting. And basically it's several platforms that will allow us to design training curriculum for staff in broad areas like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and trauma-informed care and things like that across the city, but then also allow creation of specific curriculum for training within individual departments. So if there's some specific training maybe that accounting needs to provide to folks throughout in individual departments, but in a very specific area, they could create that training curriculum, create some training videos, and put those into this learning management system and allow our users to basically learn at their own pace through using those systems. And then the other is this establishing the Red Rose Academy, and that's not necessarily a final name, but that is the concept is to create an onboarding sort of cohort. So if there are police officers, firefighters, public works personnel, a new accountant, any positions across the city, putting those new hire cohorts together and going through a training curriculum to really bring them on board and not just sort of like jump immediately into their new role and not learn about the rest of the city. It's to get some across the board learning for those new employees. Really, one, so that they understand the full scope of services and work that we do citywide, but also to provide support for them through their first year of employment. Your first year at a new employer can be pretty daunting, just taking on the role that you've taken on. So we want to make sure that we're providing support for those new employees as well. In terms of major budget changes, the first three categories that I have up here are basically not much change at all. Within the director budget, there's a reduction in the salary personnel line item, and that's strictly the move of the City Hall receptionist position to neighborhood engagement. Within the accounting office, I referenced this earlier, the grant development position moving over to the mayor's office, but the creation of a staff accountant position overall has a minimal impact on the accounting budget. And then in procurement and collections within the general fund portion, there are really no major changes there, major impacts. I'll go back to this piece as I move on to information technology, about data-informed decision-making. As I referenced earlier, and actually when I talked about this last year, one of the things that has been a shortcoming, I'd say, in my career here over 15 years, is we have created strategic plans and we have not properly resourced those strategic plans either in financially or human resources wise in terms of the personnel in place. We are making a significant investment in information technology, both in infrastructure and in software and in personnel. We can't do the types of data-informed management that we want to be able to do without making those investments. So the large increase that you see there in IT is related to making that investment. The other piece of this, though, is that we also have built in a partial year of continuing to pay Lancaster County government for the shared services arrangement. So that's a cost that we will ultimately shed as we go into 2023. And then culture of inclusion and public service, obviously that's in the human resources realm. The learning management system that I talked about is a significant investment. The investment, if you look in the professional services line within the human resources budget, that's where you'll see about $120,000 of that increase is strictly related to Sharon's work and the investment in the learning management system. And then another piece of that is the work with, another piece of that increase in professional services, the work that we do with McLean had originally been budgeted in administrative services, and we've moved that over into human resources budget itself because that's really where that work lies. Outside of the operating budgets, the major changes here, $25,000 increase in community communications. That's related to both the expansion of the language access programs that Milsey talked about in her budget presentation led by Syra Falou, and then expanded department communications. So one of the things that we've realized as we're going through neighborhood engagement, doing more, leading up more communications work, and Amber and Wyatt out of the mayor's office, is that we really weren't providing any resources for individual department communications that needed to happen. And we were going to sort of piecemeal. So we've included some additional investment in the community communications line to cover those costs across various departments. In the insurance package plan, we have a $133,000 increase. Some of that is related to premium increases for our property and liability coverage. The other is, as we unwind that shared services agreement, we're taking on more of the information technology infrastructure ourselves. You all have seen the cyber attacks that have been going on, and they are happening in all sorts of realms. They're happening in municipal governments a lot. And there is some specific insurance coverage that we're looking at instituting during 2022 that will provide, in addition to information technology security work that we're doing, the cybersecurity coverages can provide some backstop to us in case we would have some sort of major attack. And then on the fringe benefits side, I talked at the overview presentation, $30,000 increase in medical insurance within administrative services. The medical line item there covers admin services, but also mayor's office, solicitor's office, and actually city council coverage as well. And then President Smith-Waddell asked that question about workers' compensation. We have a $100,000 decrease there, and that is somewhat of a knock-on-wood adjustment. And then debt service, that's obviously the biggest change that we have versus the 2021 budget, and that $1.76 million decrease is 100% related to the bond refinancing that we did in September. This is off of the budget strictly, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the support for utility ratepayers. And I made these boxes sort of incrementally larger. So in 2020, before anybody had even knew what COVID was, we created the Utility Assistance Program within the water and sewer budgets. That was a very modest $50,000 investment in the water and sewer, split between water and sewer, to provide support to our customers who were running into payment delinquencies. And then COVID hit, and then COVID continued to hit, and ultimately the Emergency Rental and Utility Assistance Program was created. You all have been painfully aware of the difficulties in getting those dollars out to whether they're renters or ratepayers to support them. And then most recently, we've been notified of the Water Assistance Program, low-income household water assistance program that's been created through the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services. This is a direct result of the Biden administration American Rescue Plan Act. This is a program that has not yet begun. It is scheduled to begin in January of 2022. Without ARPA, this program would not exist. We are hopeful that this is really, utility assistance program is still there, but very small. ERAP has not produced anywhere near what we wanted it to. This new program through the Department of Human Services is when we have applied to become, we completed a vendor agreement for our water system and also for our sewer system. And we did two separate, because we have two separate sets of customers. There is some overlap, and the overlap was really city residents, right? But we have a different set of customers for water than we do for sewer. The program itself is advertised to provide up to $2,500 per household for delinquent water accounts and up to $2,500 for a household for delinquent sewer accounts. So like I said, we've applied separately. We have not, and that was just last week. I think it was December 30th when we made that application, or when we completed the vendor agreements. So we have not yet learned any more of the additional details of this program. We will presumably learn more before January 4th. I included this little piece about the ongoing service termination moratorium. We met several months ago and talked about some of the changes within the code. We maintained our service termination moratorium through November 30th, which is when the PUC has a moratorium every year after November 30th. So that moratorium is going to continue through March of 2022. And the idea now is that as this State Department of Human Services program rolls out, we are going to be able to implement that program. And the benefit of that is that customers will apply through the Department of Human Services. Most of the folks who would be eligible for funding through that program are already getting some level of benefit through the Department of Human Services. And so they're going to do the work to identify those who are financially eligible based on their household income levels. The payments then would go directly from the Commonwealth to the city. And so we're hopeful that that program is really going to be the one that's going to fix the delinquency problem that we know that we have, and also help to prevent service terminations when we get to the point of having to restart that program. And then I believe this is my last slide. Oh no, I have two other revenue slides. But this slide, I showed you this similar data with last year's presentation. We updated it with the new data for hires that we've made in 2021. And so what I wanted to show you here is this is one data set, right? So this is information about new hires that we've done in each of these individual calendar years. But I think if we look at the trend here, that it shows that the work that we're doing, the intentional work that we're doing, to me, that is the key. It has to be intentional work, that we are seeing some benefits out of that intentional work. I know that, the work that Sharon is doing is not all being done just within the Bureau of Human Resources. She's working with individual departments. That all of Human Resources staff is working with the individual departments to really put a focus on ensuring that when we are doing hiring, we are reaching out to a broad universe of prospective new city employees, and that we're doing the work that is needed to really make sure that when we are hiring, we are making every effort to hire into positions folks who look more like our city looks. And if you look at that black box there, so these employees, so those hired since 2016, of those,
250 that we've hired, full-time employees that we've hired since then. We have 210 of those employees are still city, new hires are still city employees. Just since 2016, that represents 36.7% of the entire city's full-time workforce. So if you think about how you make change in culture, about how you make organizational change, some of it is by training and inculcating new culture within the folks who are there, and some of it is about bringing new faces in, folks who ask new questions, folks who wonder why things are the way that they are. That's how you really make long-term culture change. And so, we want to keep updating this data set over a number of years. It's one measuring tool that we can have about how much change we're actually making based on the work that we're doing. So budget-wise, admin services budget-wise, that's it. I wanted to just give you two other slides just to give you an update. I referenced during the budget overview presentation that morning, or the morning that the mayor introduced the budget, we got our November distribution from the Lancaster County Tax Collection Bureau. We had been showing about a 2.5% increase. Up until that point, we had been showing about a 2.5% increase in earned income tax revenues over the prior year. When we got that November distribution, that percentage went from 2.5% up to about 5.5%. And that is, we're not just seeing that apparently in the city, but overall in the Tax Collection Bureau's collections, they're seeing that return. So the number that you see above the projected column there at $6,950,000, that is based right now on what we got through November. That is not what is reflected in the budget. So I anticipate that ultimately at year end, we're gonna have a higher number than we originally projected in the budget. I don't then of course anticipate that we'll see a drop to 6.9 million. That's the budget, that's the number that we have in the budget. Again, effort to be conservative in our revenue numbers. That's what is reflected in that 6.9 million. If the current trend continues, we would probably be over $7 million in that revenue line. But again, I don't want to make that prediction in the budget, because if it doesn't come true, then we have, we built a hole for ourselves. And then the other piece is real estate transfer tax revenues. We have not yet received the December distribution, which is based on sales through November. I thought we were going to get that on Friday, and we didn't. So, but what you see there is a projection based on what our typical last 2 months of the year distributions look like. And again, that $1,788,000 is a little bit higher than what we have in the budget for projected year end, which is $1,007,000. And then the $1,003,000 number, which is in the budget for 2022, is again being conservative. I feel like somewhere along the way, the volume and the sales prices that we're seeing right now are going to drop off. When that is going to happen, I don't know. Literally in my particular neighborhood, on my particular block, we've had 3 houses all sell within 2 days of being posted. So I don't know when that's going to end, but I want to be conservative in the budget. So that is it, and I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to, you mentioned 2 things. This one I want to touch on. The 311 system, you mentioned that we've identified a vendor.
Yes.
What does that mean in terms of timeline for implementation?
So just in here. So the work that Savio was doing, really in partnership with Jess and a number of the communications team and some other departments, we've identified a company called SeeClickFix, and that's who we've done the engagement with. Jess is now so that work is sort of going from Savio's shop now over to the communications team and working with departments to get that set up. So that is both a system for folks to be able to use either remotely using their mobile phone, sitting at their desk on a computer, or making a call into a one number instead of a list of 57 different places that you can call within the city of Lancaster to get assistance on your particular issue.
So there's sort of the implementation of the software itself, and then there's just some structural changes that we need to make so that we create the number that people call in when they need some level of assistance from the city, and have the staff available to be handling those calls. So that work is going to start. Well, it's actually already started. I think you'll see more of it in January and February of 2022. I'm not sure that we yet have a timeline, a full timeline on when we will be ready to go live with that system. But that is, there is both excitement and fear related to that system. So the excitement is, hey, we'll actually have a tool where we can collect all of the different phone calls and emails and contacts and everything that we have right now for requests for services from our customers. The fear part is you put a tool like that out and you make it really easy for folks to contact us, and are we going to be inundated with a whole new set of work to do? So that's the right place to be, right? Fear and excitement. So I think as we get a little bit further along, we get some more experience with it, we'll have more excitement and less fear. That's the hope.
Thank you. Questions from members of council? Yep.
So thank you so much, Patrick, and also thank you. I know we don't get to hear from you too much, but I'm sure you were all hands in on this. I appreciate you too. I had a really difficult time aligning positions and comparing them to last year. So I'm curious.
You and me,
right?
And even more so Vaughn.
So. Yeah. So thank you. But my question really is, it seems to be consistent raises within the directors and chiefs, and again, I think in terms of equity and intentionality, it's appropriate. But when it comes to like regular staff, are they seeing the same raises budgeted?
Yes. So we, in each of the prior, let's say, decade, the increases for, and I really want to focus on non-bargaining staff, right, because police and fire and AFSCME have a contract in place. In each of years, in at least the last decade, we've had a combination of an across-the-board increase for staff, which has typically been either 1% or 2%, and way back at the beginning of that decade, a couple of zeros. And then there's been a merit payment, which has been a lump sum payment that has been based on or related to the employee's evaluation, annual evaluation. The difference, though, is that merit, the amount of that merit payment didn't go into the base salary. And along the way, especially when you talk about equity between supervisory and management staff and the AFSCME personnel that report to them, there was a disconnect there because we started to have this creep up of, AFSCME salaries would increase by 2.5%, 2.75%, and each year that goes into the base, and then the non-bargaining staff were seeing 1 or 2%, and the merit payment that they got made up a difference, but it didn't go into the base salary, so you started to see compression. So what we have done for 2022 is an across-the-board 3% increase for the non-bargaining staff, and that is not including any adjustment that may be coming for equity or market valuation based on this point factor tool as we grow that program into 2022. And at the same time, foregoing the merit payments in 2022 because we've been doing that since 2011. I can't point to a specific metric that says that has worked or hasn't worked as a tool. And so that's the other piece that's really involved in this whole compensation philosophy and total rewards and the point factor analysis is really figuring out what are the compensation tools that we have in our toolbox and which ones can actually work to recruit the best quality candidates, retain the folks who are here, and provide that equity across the board. So there there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle, but in terms of the across-the-board increase, it is 3% for all non-bargaining staff.
Great, thank you.
And I'll just say to that point, we are really working hard, and you heard it in the Fire Bureau Police, and the recruitment and hiring that we've done in CPED, the 20 people that we've hired, to remain competitive. I mean, we're not going to be the highest paid, and we never will. But the other thing that I want to make sure is that we are able to deliver services. At the end of the day, that's what we are all elected to do. And if we do not have people in those roles, we will not be able to deliver services. So really appreciate the work that's been going on in HR, because it's both about attracting candidates and onboarding them successfully, and ensuring that they stay here, and then also retaining employees, which we have had a number of departures that folks have left for our higher paying positions. And it doesn't happen often, but around here, when it does happen, it's sort of like, whoa, we need to up our game. And so this is part of our upping our game and addressing the compensation. Because we see it around us, what happens when you don't have people. Restaurants are closing and not opening except, maybe Wednesday through Saturday. And when before they used to be open 5-6 days a week, we're seeing it in the county in terms of their difficulties with just staffing critical operations of the prison. Other municipalities across the country are reporting really high vacancy rates, and we are just determined that that will not be us.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other questions? From the public out there? Councilor Arroyo, yes, sir.
I think I may have missed this, but first of all, thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for the presentation and all that you do. You're like the chain on the bike with a lot of this stuff, so I really appreciate it all.
Thank you.
As far as the one, you mentioned the monthly billing, and maybe I missed it. When is that anticipated to start for residents?
So the communications to customers, we anticipate starting likely in late January or into February. The process itself is about a 3 to 4 month process. So we have, I'm going to blank now on the number of billing cycles that we have, but it will basically be one billing cycle at a time, where somebody who, if their normal quarterly bill would go out in March, they'll now get a bill in March, but it's going to be for 1 month rather than for 3 months, and then it'll cycle through the whole thing. The idea is to have them, everybody fully on the monthly cycle by the end of June of 2022.
Right. And then just really a comment around the investment into IT and HR. I think those are two critical components that sometimes get overlooked, as you mentioned, whenever we're thinking strategically. It's like building the internal infrastructure and capacity to make sure that we can carry out these, as the mayor mentioned, services. So those are two critical points that I'm actually very happy to see that we're investing in. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'll focus especially on the HR training and the learning management tools that Sharon, she's been doing an incredible amount of research and contact, best practices sort of review, like $220 per city employee. So when you look at, what our salary budget is for the entire year, and then think about an additional investment of $220 per employee to make some really significant cultural and organizational change across all city departments with 580 employees, that's a big deal.
And that's exactly why I call it an investment rather than an expense.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
what it is. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Diaz.
One question. With all the employees that are going to be hired or have been hired, how do you foresee our health insurance increase? Do you feel that some of them may be young, that won't have as many visits at the hospital versus or any physician appointments? I know it's hard to tell, but
yes, it's very hard to tell. Ideally, every new employee is incredibly healthy. They have incredibly healthy spouses or partners and incredibly healthy children. right? That's the ideal. We can't pick and choose those things, as you all well know legally. So, you know, the thing that we have seen is it is clear when I showed you those charts last Monday, when you look at the retiree pieces, that is really where a significant amount of our medical insurance spend comes from. And I talked about that sort of 5-year period between age 60 for police officers and firefighters when they are mandated to retire. And many of them retire earlier than that age until they're 65 and Medicare eligible. That's where a big chunk of our financial spend is for medical insurance. For the new employees coming on, I mean, this is certainly not an across-the-board thing. Generally speaking, the newer employees that we're hiring are younger than those who are leaving the city workforce. And reality is that does make a difference in terms of what, you know, the sort of the relative medical insurance spend that is related to any of those new employees. But you know, because we cover with a very generous plan, that is part of our recruitment and retention tools, right, is having a generous benefit plan. Because we cover spouses and we cover dependents, there can be something completely unrelated to the employee themselves that can be a significant cost that we have. But as we've seen over, you know, that period of years that I showed you from 2012 forward, when our total spend on average is increasing 2.5% and the medical inflation that's out there is 6 to 8%, we're still doing pretty well.
All right, here's no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I want 45 minutes.
Got it already. All right, so that brings us to the end of our agenda. If there's nothing further, I'll hear a motion to adjourn. There's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you. It's only the second time there was applause today, so I'll take it.
That's applause for the end of the meeting.
That's relief.
My apologies.